Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Map number 4, hard point. Pot of Gold versus Slain. Pot of Gold with that 2-1 lead. Looking to close out here. Slain looking to get to that all-important map number 5 for them. Back and forth trades go. 3 in the feed will come out. Make it 4 for Slain as they hop right into that P1 re-entry. Not too far away for the side of Pot of Gold. Yusuf gonna find one. Gene and Smooth gonna pair up for a couple. Hill will remain for Slain for the second, but they are forced out P2 side. Those spawns come in for Slain. So looking there, no, that's the opposite side, excuse me. On the flank, that's going to be JC trying to work for that P2 spawns. Just trying to get a couple of seconds to wipe off Pot of Gold off of that rest of the P1 time. And we make our way to the P2. JC, big entry kill. Trying to find more in the back. Is able to do so. Teammates finally arriving. Blue Gatorade making some shots through that side door. Yusuf going to be with the help in the back. JC finding 2. Excuse me. The Codcaster is a little screwed up, ladies and gentlemen. Vold cannot make a play. Not telling us the right names. You got to love it. Number 64 is Blue Gatorade. There are 63 other players, in case anybody was wondering. Slain has the benefit. It seems like they have more players on the map. Definitely have the lead in the points for the moment. We're going to play these rotations towards Chicken on P3 at the moment. Good kill there out of JC as the loop through the back. Looks like we get an end from the host anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get some word on this. Don't go too far yet. We should be getting into this one pretty soon. Start back and forth. Neither team really able to make a line there, Rich. And, you know, resets, they always happen.
Resets are bound to happen. It's just the name of the game, unfortunately. And they'll get it set and situated in just a few short moments. But I'm hopeful that it continues to be at least half as interesting as the start was. Just as teams start to collide, and especially in a late game situation, you're down 2-1. It's, can you keep the momentum up, or will you let your opponent get the better of you? That is going to be the big questions asked during this hard point, and hopefully they are answered pronto. I believe we are on a rewind, if I'm not mistaken. Shake, I got in a little late, folks. I was had to take care of something.
All right, that happens. And yes, we are on rewind. You were correct about that. So now you just got to start to think about how you're going to play this. You saw P1 back and forth. That's pretty typical. But there was a lot of influence on those spawns already. And Slain was a little bit out ahead, if I do say so myself. And you like to see that, considering how rough it went in the map number 1. They kind of got behind on those early.
Yeah, if you can keep it close, if you're Slain throughout, you should be in at least a good position to win it. But it's going to be an uphill battle through and through from what we've seen from Pot of Gold. But again, time will tell, folks. Time will tell who is moving on and who is fallen down. But we're going to get everything set and situated, folks. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back after a short break. See you in a sec.
Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't too long a reset. I told you it would be nice and tidy. We're back with the map number 4. It's still Rewind, Slain, and Pot of Gold. Can't wait to get after this one, Rich. It should be interesting.
Already seems to be his Pot of Gold, holds a slight lead over Slain, being at a 3 streak, make it a 4. Couldn't quite get to the 5, but a solid hard point we have here as Slain is keeping it much closer in the early goings. Now, Rewind is a much larger map, and therefore you have to account that each kill has a bit more of importance when trying to rotate up to an objective. As Slain takes a bit of a lead here, this P4 will be critical for Pot of Gold to maintain these spawns.
Absolutely. P4 is always such a tough spot to find yourself in, but here we go. Try to lock this thing in Radio Shack. That's what I'm going to call it till the day I die. Rest in peace, team. Trying to hold the back line. That clean 4 dead is going to help you out a lot if you're pot of gold working back into this one. You gain so much time just on the rotations alone.
Absolutely. Wandell with a massive 2-piece. And Gatorade sitting at a 14-6. Wandell starting to go to work, though. Wants some more, wants the full wipe. Blue Gatorade going to try to clean it up for him, and does. So a great retake from Slane. We'll see if Pot of Gold can punch their ticket through and hopefully put this one away for themselves. But it is going to be an interesting battle, as I was not expecting Slane to grab a lead in this one. If they can get JC and Yusuf to get a couple more kills on rotations, they have a very good chance of winning this hard point.
Absolutely. They're right neck and neck in this thing. P5 getting ready to pop. All players for Slane are around the hill. Are they able to hold? Blue Gatorade making an argument for that. Yes, indeedy. Couple of more kills out of him. Blue Gatorade just does not want to stop. Up to 3 in a row. P5 looking great.
Yeah, P5 looking pretty darn good indeed. JC Wandell picking up some kills now. Volg unfortunately can't punch through. Now Smooth trying to find a way on the outside. And a great hold here from Slane. Not what I was expecting from him, as they continue to trade out, trying to find a way through. The second they do, there's another Slane player to just shut it all back down again. What a hold from Slane here, Shake.
Slane laying down the law here in P5. Almost a perfect hold. You do get a couple of kills off of that exit, but you still need to lock down some big time here. Things could get away from you quickly if you are pot of gold. A couple of players locked into the video store already, but 2 do fall.
I mean, you're down 48 points this late in the game. It's going to be a bit difficult if Wandell and co keep cooking the way they do. I mean, this is the tale of 2 duos right here, 19-12 and 19-11, and then 2 going 8 for 13. So Slane may not be slaying out as a squad, but Wandell and Blue Gatorade are putting up some numbers right now. Let me tell you, as they maintain this 40 or so point lead, Pot of Gold trying to claw their way back in this one.
Yeah, doing a good job just holding on to that P1. If you can keep these pop-offs from these Slane players to minimal damage as far as the hard point goes, you'll take that. Digging back into this, P2 does have Slane's fingerprints all over it at the moment, and you don't get the trades to go out your way either. 1 player left alive. Blue Gatorade does spot him. Chifu gets the team shots. He's going to fall. Smooth is the first player here on P2. Gets the first kill. Another player should be chowing out. Reinforcements still in the back for Slane.
And need those reinforcements ASAP. And a great comeback from Pot of Gold. They're still down by a couple as Wandell once again just gets a devastating 2-piece. Blue Gatorade there to clean it up. So a 3 streak in the feed for Slane. And there's the squad wipe. Pot of Gold was within striking distance, 10 or less points of taking the lead, and Slane just shuts it back down once again. So that is a big momentum stopper. We'll see if Pot of Gold can get back in this one.
Going to make this as competitive as possible. Is Pot of Gold. They know what's on the line, looking to close it out here. Are they able to do it is a completely different question, Rich, and it's why we get paid to talk about these things, because you just never really know.
You never can truly tell when a hard point is going to be over until it is. Pot of Gold still has a fighting chance in this one, but Slane ever closer to taking it home. Smooth wanted that 3-piece, but unfortunately could not find it. Pot of Gold needs to take over here. Blue Gatorade on the outside finally going down. Now, Chifu and Co. trying to hold the line outside the Freedom Fried Chicken. Wandell going down to the nades. Chifu holding on the dumpster spot, trying to play these half walls as best as they can. Checkerboard in the kill feed that goes in favor of Pot of Gold. Wandell goes down big. 2-piece from Volg and Geen. A great job from Pot of Gold, but the deficit may be too large to overcome. We'll just have to wait and see, Shake. It's getting close.
Yeah, if they can make a hold here on the P3, we definitely have a lot of conversations about how this game is going to end. Looking to chain it towards that P4. Vol going to find a big kill. Can't do quite much more than that. But they are going to have information on Wandell, so that'll clear out that back P4 side for you now. And you have the hill. Just need to clutch up on a few more gunfights. Blue Gatorade up over the top. Going to make it difficult for you.
Yeah, these kills are huge for Slane. Can they get the spawns, though, will be the key. Volg with some great play on the outside, maintains that control, but they punch through on OBJ. Volg, once again, with the massive two-piece on the 3 streak, might have just saved this game for Pot of Gold, as they are going to take the lead here, as Slane try to rotate back through. Yusef up top with some great shots. Gene trying to stay up, slipping, sliding, going down. Wandell and Co. pushing through. And just as Pot of Gold takes the lead, Slane gets a 3-piece.
And that's that team of Slane. They're just so annoying and difficult to deal with. And they're going to make it work for every second. The P1 battles are there. The video store is locked in. Gatorade can be such a problem. Wandell going to find one on the other side as well. So a lot of things to think about, and a lot of big gunfights come up here. And you're locking it down smooth.
Wow.
Big kill in the generator area. P5 controlled by Pot of Gold for the moment.
Smooth operator, let me tell you. 232 all. Pot of Gold actually down by just 1 point. A 3-piece in the feed, and there's the Wandell 3-piece, folks. Big W Wandell to clear the P5. Smooth, and Chefu grabs some kills. Yusef stays alive, but it's a 3-piece for Pot of Gold, and there's the squad wipe themselves. So they take over. 243, 236. It's coming down to the wire shake.
Yeah, and P1's right next door, so you can't get too caught up in, oh, do we have to rotate? You fight for every second that you can. And you see these two teams doing exactly that.
It's a 1v1 for it. And Chefu stays alive. Huge plays from Chefu to save it. Chefu with the 4 streak. Oh, my goodness. Chefu just used some wackadoo kung fu. Absolute insane playmaking ability in that P5 to win it in a 4 streak, 250, 243. How that isn't best play, I have no idea. But somebody, please clip it, ship it, get it on the timeline ASAP, because my goodness, that was a last stand if ever I saw one. Great job.
Oh, yeah, buddy. That was an absolute turn up out of Pot of Gold. My goodness. When you needed it the most, 250 to 253. Wow. Yeah, ice up and get it done in a 3-1 fashion. It's kind of what we talked about. If you didn't get it done in that control, things were going to look really ugly for you.
Yeah, I'm watching it here. Chefu was on the outside, rotated in, then his last one on point. It's a 1v1 with Yusef. He takes him down. Chefu staying up. Chefu takes down Wandell, posts up in the corner. I mean, Chefu just had an insane play. He was in video store, rotated in through, got on point, locked in. Luckily, I had the stream pulled up to watch it on the delay. But man, oh man, what a play from Chefu. That just came in so clutch for Pot of Gold and gives them the W3-1. Nearly identical fashion to our first game set that went to a 3-1. But this one, instead of ending in a 250-244, it was a 250-243. So while I said we may not see a 250-244 finish, we in fact did not, but it doesn't get much closer than that, folks. I mean, that was a thriller of a hard point. Man, oh man, if this is anything to base off of, these grand finals should be an absolute barn burner.
Woo! Oh man, we still got grand finals to go. That's the thing, chat. We're not going anywhere just yet. We're gonna throw it to the quick break, get ourselves reset, make sure grand finals are all good to go. Don't go too far. We'll be back soon.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. After a somewhat quick break, we are here for our penultimate matchup between Slain and KAOS. Who can punch their ticket to the grand finals? Who can lock in that final spot? Time will certainly tell. Both these teams excelled in the search and destroy, but struggled in the respawn. So we should have ourselves a fairly interesting series.
Yeah, definitely looking this one to go back and forth. I don't think we'll see a clear leader until this one is all wrapped up. I think this one could survive, Rich.
Definitely could go the distance. KAOS off to a great start, but it's immediately traded out. So Slain with the first couple of points on the P1 for a vault hard point, as we see what KAOS and Slain can make of one another in the respawn mode. I'm going to give the advantage KAOS early, just with what seemingly seems to be their gunny, and from what I remember in their first hard points. Both these teams put 240 plus points on the board for their second hard points, but lost by close to 100 in their first. So again, a bit of a mixed bag coming in here with these two teams. Either way, they have a fairly full plate on their hands with pot of gold. Whomever should go on to take the W. Either way, Slain and KAOS tied up after the P1, about 12-10. Slain with a slight edge.
2 points, pretty dismissible. Except for it comes down to the end. Slain is the first team into the P2 as well. Echo just biding his time, knowing his teammates are dead. Suni trying to play his life there in the pond, gets taken down, but the rest of KAOS is there. That's Markel, Logano, and Boyd, but Wandell. Big two-piece can't connect onto the third. The player in back is taken down as well, and that's a break and an extension for KAOS.
Big break in extension for KAOS indeed, although they do get cleared off of Hill, so no one currently grabbing points. Luckily, Boyd gets on there. Pronto, Boyd in a tough predicament here, dropped to 2 HP, but somehow staying alive. Blue Gatorade, though, with a solid nade, is able to get Slain back onto Hill. Quick trades in and around OBJ. You're going to be wanting to play for your P2s and your P4s on a vault hard point. Those are your big money hills. They're the easier to defend amongst the four. As KAOS prep for the P3 rotation, you have Boyd here on the outside, picking up one, trying to clear top art, but can't quite do it. So advantage on P3 will go to Slain, at least for the time being.
They're all going to be looking towards that top art control as well. Slain did a good job working that. JC's just holding it down. KAOS trying to break through the front. Markel, a big two-piece, is going to help that cause. Echo is going to fill the gap right away. Don't worry. But KAOS have the entirety of the back half of the map under control right now, as well as the P3. Just trying to add to their lead. Maybe work towards that P4 eventually, but it's going to be difficult.
Going to be difficult indeed. Slain has that art house locked down. They have not given it up, as you see Echo playing phenomenally up top. And it's going to be Slain grabbing this P4 rotation. They are set up exceptionally well. So a very tough defense for KAOS to break through. But if there's anyone I'd want to break through, it'd be Markel and co. Suni having a bit of a tough game thus far, sitting at 3-9. So hopefully they can bounce back. If we can get Suni going, then KAOS should be in a very good spot. Everybody else going positive or breaking even as Echo continues to lock down top art house and protect the P4 flank.
Yeah, if Suni gets going, it could be a scary thing for the opposing team. Hasn't happened just yet, but his team doing just fine at the moment. Not really worrying too much. Markel's beaming Echo, just trying to work through the back half of that P4 side, making sure his team doesn't lose it. Locking in Slain, never a moment too late, doing a good job holding off this initial push from KAOS.
And credit where credit is due. Echo on the 7 streak did a great job of protecting the flank, and pretty much the entirety of this P4 has gone the way of Slain. So they are able to take the lead here, at least for the moment. This P1 is in favor of KAOS, though. As the rotations begin anew, we'll see how KAOS can retake their lead. Slain had a phenomenal hold on that P4 for pretty much the full 60. So pressure back on KAOS to reestablish their lead.
KAOS trying to work back here. Was difficult, but certainly Not too far away. P1 under their control. P2 side in a good spot as well. Opening gun fights come through. Logano finding the first. Blue Gatorade trying to be sneaky up top. Cat is going to find one. Traded out by Boyd. Luckily for KAOS. And get touched back onto the hill. You got a lot of pressure towards top flat, as you come to expect. Anything involved, whether it's A or P1, you got to keep that in mind. A lot of power positions to be mindful of on the vault.
A lot of power plays being made. P2 set up for KAOS. Once again, it's about a 3-point differential, give or take, and math was never my strong suit, as we all know. But either way, a takeover from Slane on the P2 could be the turning point that they need to take down KAOS. They lock down P4 in its entirety. You got Blue Gatorade pushing up on the catwalk, and Suni able to clear it, but now Slane in firm control of this P2, and it's going to be difficult to get a retake here. There's just so much distance to cover, and Slane is playing aggressive on the defense, but Suni punching through and able to get on there, at least for the moment. A great break, but I don't think it's enough.
Not quite. Still a lot to do. Slane back on it. Suni tried his darndest, but wasn't able to do a whole heck of a lot. Slane starting to pull away just a little bit in this one. As you get winding down in this P2 and you keep losing bodies, you don't want to get too bogged down over there. That is for sure. Still some time worth fighting for, though, for KAOS, as they are going to get that last player off. But rotations towards P3 for Slane have already begun. Luckily for KAOS, you're on the P4 side.
Yeah, that is a big break for KAOS. We'll see if Slane can regain that P4 advantage once again. That P3, P4 is probably the most important rotation in a vault hardpoint. And JC with a big 2-piece is able to clear that back area, but only temporarily. The spawns come in for KAOS, and they're able to at least continue to pepper points in here and there on the P3 as Slane continues to try and punch through and set themselves up for that P4 rotation. We'll see what happens.
Not able to get there so far, but that's certainly the focus. You are going to have that gunfight. Blue Gatorade trying to make something happen. Now he's going to have reinforcements and KAOS spawning on the other side of the map. It's all going to be up to Suni up top. Markel gets a kill. Suni's still fighting for his life up there. And you are going to have Blue Gatorade just going to go ahead and decide to just get towards that P4 side and let the rest fall as it may.
The rest will fall indeed, and already confrontations at P4. Blue Gatorade hiding up top in a massive 2-piece. Oh, this is just disaster for KAOS as Blue Gatorade continues to annihilate from up top and just distracting this entire KAOS squad. Markel with a big 2-piece, though, as Blue Gatorade remains all alone. Gatorade needs some backup and needs some backup quickly. You may be up top, but you're not on the point. JC and Wandell with the 2-piece. Now here comes Slane trying to retake on the P4 as Blue Gatorade descends from the heavens. It's a complete takeover. Boyd trying to stay up, and Slane just too good. What a retake. What patience shown from Blue Gatorade and co. to take over that P4.
Taking over indeed, my friend. Slane certainly stamping their mark all over this P4, shutting KAOS down. And this is another similar thing we saw from KAOS, having a little bit of struggles every once in a while in the hard point.
Unfortunate to say the least, folks. And sometimes you just got to find a way to get yourself in this matchup, because KAOS, unfortunately, is down by 60+ points. So this is the real struggle I've seen a lot of teams been unable to overcome, is once it gets above that 60-point mark, that's a full hill and then some to gain a lead or some sort of advantage. So on a P1 especially, it's going to be a tall task, but you're doing a great job of it so far.
So far, so good. P1 looking excellent for KAOS. Not the easiest thing to do, but they're well aware of the positioning that they want to find themselves in, keeping track of that top flat area as well. Just getting team shots in. Echo going to invest the kill streak and find one. Break things open for the moment, but KAOS right back on the hill trying to stay. Blue Gatorade will take that out.
Take out the trash and throw it in the dumpster. Don't try to pull an invincible and yeet the trash bag into space. But Slane, once again, on the P2, a big money hill. KAOS trying to find a way in, but Slane, again, playing so aggressively, pushing up in towards the spawn, and unfortunate for Slane. It looks like the spawn's flipped temporarily, and KAOS able to sneak on through the back line, but now on the mark, just barely under the 200 mark, I should say, as Slane tries to crack into double centuries. KAOS trying to hold the line and bounce back in a big way from that P4 deficit they found themselves in. KAOS did a great job on the P1, but unfortunately the P2 falls in favor of Slane. Unless Suni has something to say about it. Back and forth we go. It's getting a bit more mixy towards the end here, Shake.
Oh, absolutely. You need to make sure you can lock this in. The lead is great, but KAOS has shown the ability to bounce back. The P3 has gone pretty well for him. P4 not as great. So KAOS still some work to do. Lane just trying to work this thing to the end.
Trying to work on it through till the very end. Could not have said it better myself. Wandell having a phenomenal game of 32 and 28, excuse me. And Markel on the opposite side with 31 and 30. These two titans of the U18 dueling it back and forth. Blue Gatorade with a minute 37 hill time. Nades aplenty coming in favor of KAOS as they hold on the P3. Slane, though, has the P4 advantage, and if Slane is able to take over the P4, I don't know if KAOS can bounce back. They were unable to punch through the P4 the last time around.
Yeah, it's a struggle for him here, and things are starting to get towards an end game. If you're KAOS, you need to start getting some kills through the back, and you're going to go 4 dead. And this is probably one of the longer traces you have to make in a hard point in this title. Wandell gets a 2-piece with a body shot on the side. Luckily, Logano is there for a trade out, trying to hit through mid. Checks the wrong way, but you do have that influence now for KAOS, just trying to hit that P4. They got a couple of kills. They just need to get the hill.
Got the kills, but can you get the hill? Suni able to get there. When Wandell able to pick up the first, though, and here comes a big push, 234 to 206. They need to hold the P4 here, but Slane has done a great job of breaking. A 2-man push is no good. Logano holding the low ground, holding the hill, and staying alive, at least for the moment. Can KAOS somehow come back from the brink? It's going to be close as Boyd protects on the outside with a solid 2-piece as well.
This thing's getting tight, Rich. I don't necessarily think we felt like it was going to get to this type of situation. It felt like KAOS was just a little bit too far behind, but doing well on that P4 just to hold on and get this thing within a few points. This battle for P1 is going to be so intense. Slane holding the line.
Holding the line indeed. 240 to 236. Time running out, but Slane is on the P1. As it comes down to the wire, can they hold? Suni with a big 2-piece on the 5 streak. Boyd on the 4. It's all KAOS in the kill feed as JC tries to interrupt but goes down. And I think that might just do it. A last-ditch effort, a sprint towards the hill. Wandell with 1. Wandell with 2. Wandell can't get the 3, but Echo with the save. 240 to 246. Tick-tock, here comes Slane.
Lane trying to put this thing away. Tie ball game, ladies and gentlemen, but the kill feed continues to go purple. Wandell, big 2, Gatorade from up top with the contest, finds one teammate, follows through. And that could just about do it, but the contest will be there. No, it's not. Slane will take the first.
We have had ourselves some close ones. We had a 250-244. We had a 250-243. KAOS and Slane said, I'll do you a couple better and give you a 250-247 finishes. I have not seen so many close hard points as this in one sitting. If you don't think these peeps are competing, you ain't watching the right stream. I can tell you that much. I can't stress to you how rare a 250-240 finish is in the hard point, and we've had not 1, not 2, but 3 of those matches here tonight to just see how closely matched these teams are in terms of skill is astonishing. I mean, it was neck and neck right up till the very end, back and forth. Wandell with some crazy trades. Markel and Suni popping off in the late game. Whew. I mean, I think we saw Suni have a bit of a rough start, but they were playing. If they played the way they were playing towards the end of that, it could have been a very different series if they were playing like that from the get-go. But it takes a little bit to get warmed up. Echo comes in with a clutch 2-piece shake, and whew, my goodness, what a series! What a series.
It's only just begun so far, my friend. That's the beauty. Now, head to a map number 2. We've seen Slane have a lot of success in S&D. Do you worry about KAOS here?
A little bit. I'm a little worried. A little worried about both these teams. I can definitely see it going to around 11, though, with how well both these teams played in their search and destroy matches. It's going to be a very, very hotly contested fight, and I'm just happy I got the best seat in the house for it, along with you, Mr. Shake and Bake. What is sure to be an astonishing series. I'm hopeful that we get to see around 11. We have yet to see that. It's been kind of lopsided on the search and destroy side of things. So we'll see what, if anything, will change when these two teams go at it.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to see some sort of change if you're KAOS. You don't want that same result that you had in the previous map. I mean, another loss in a second straight map puts you in a horrible position. I do feel like if there's a team that can bounce back from an 0-2 in a control and start getting things going right again, it is KAOS, but
absolutely.
Hoping to not get there if you're a fan.
Yeah, we want to avoid 3 O's for the fandom, just so you get at least a little something to, go home with. You're not going home completely empty-handed as Wandale grabs the first blood. Yusef and co. checkerboarding in the feed as soon as he's able to pick up something. Slane, though, with the early man advantage, as it looks to be a bit of a fight over Alpha.
Battle of 4A has commenced indeed. Hacienda can be so fun. A lot of pressure for a player. Markel, though, able to pick up one. Teammate's going to follow up as well. Blue Gatorade left alone in the 1v2. Now it's a 1v1, and the bomb's on the ground as well. Pretty decent situation for Blue Gatorade. It's going to bide his time ever so slightly. Check around the outside. Bomb rotation. Maybe going towards B. I like that play out of Markel, just to use your brain.
Using your big brain, your big gaming brain to lock in and bring it to a 1v1 situation. Blue Gatorade and Markel, dare I say, some of the best players on their respective squads now going head-to-head. Markel holding on the outside, rotates right as Blue Gatorade rotates in. Spinaruski turns his back, and unfortunately the Call of Duty timing favoring KAOS here today, at least in round 1.
Back and forth, you had the numbers advantage and you were able to make that bomb rotation. Ended up being a really smart play out of, that was Boyd, and what wonderful work there for the side of KAOS.
Yes, a wonderful, wonderful work indeed. KAOS now has the momentum, has a bit of an advantage, dare I say, with said momentum. Markel on a 2 streak. So we may see a little Rocket League action later, but you still need a bit of work to get there. And now, massive rush through the mid lane for Slane, as I believe they're going to wrap towards Bravo. You only got Boyd over there, so they're going to be careful. Luckily, Markel able to rotate. Now they're just holding on a head glitch, waiting for the push. And I think Slane may have overcommitted a bit too much, but Blue Gatorade grabs the first blood, so immediately puts the lives in their favor. And I like this rotation out of number 7, Yusef. Going to try to catch him on a flank, I would hope. Wandale just holding the mid lane. Should be an interesting play. Yusef going in.
Now Markel was just enough to be a distraction, so Logano was able to pick up that kill. Big work out of him. Markel on the reach out does go down. So now it's a 1v2. For the man himself, Logano, just getting that reload done. Bomb should go down.
Bomb should go down indeed. Logano in a 1v1 yet again as Wandale goes down. JC trying to play, but gets stunned. KAOS with the 2-0 start. Logano clutching up, and it's come down to back-to-back 1v1s, just showing how close these two teams are. But KAOS has gotten the better of both of them thus far.
Yeah, and you'll take that clutch factor in the S&D, especially down 1-0. It's something we kind of talked about being a bit of an issue for KAOS, rebounding nicely here in the search and destroy, even down players, not phasing them. That's an excellent mentality as you work your way through this one.
Making your way downtown, walking fast, faces fast, and I don't think any of these teams are homebound just yet, but we got 4 more rounds at a minimum of search and destroy yet to play. Logano on the 3 streak. So again, streaks coming into play for KAOS. Can they maintain them, though, will be the question. As Slane tries to bounce back on the defensive side of things, it's going to be a 4-man push towards Bravo, and Yusef might be all alone. JC here spots one and here feels shots from another, and the rest of Slane quickly starting to rotate to assist.
Rotations on through, trying to stand tall is KAOS and continue their reign on the Hacienda. JC does even up the numbers, and Blue Gatorade's going to help out find another Void. Can he pick up 2 to end it? Yes, he does. KAOS standing tall. That's going to be 3 in a row.
Great job from Logano. Once again, clutching up in a big way. I mean, just an impressive job across the board from KAOS thus far in the matchup, as they just continue to get the Call of Duty timing on their side, but more importantly, winning their gunfights and just blitzing Slane before they have a chance to react, really.
Yeah, that's the thing we kind of saw Slane do in their previous series, get a little bit more aggressive, but now kind of shoes on the other foot. You're getting pushed. How are you going to respond? Certainly not so great so far.
Not as great as you'd expect it to be, unfortunately, for Slane. Was hoping for something a bit more competitive, but Markel with the first blood again tips the scales in KAOS's favor. Streaks of 2 and 3. KAOS is impressing me, if you catch my drift, Mr. Shake and Bake, as less than a minute left on the clock. Slane going for the plant, and KAOS, now realizing bombs down A, will begin to surround them. They're going to have to play some strong defensive COD if Slane wants to win a round.
Yeah, and hasn't been able to do so far. Looking to do that now. They have this in their bones. Ooh. Down 2 players. It's going to take a whole heck of a lot. Yusuf is going to leave it up to Blue Gatorade. Couple of shots. There's just too many players for him to try to deal with, and KAOS continues to dominate.
A great job through and through from KAOS as they take a 4-0 lead, and this one was flawless. No more 1v1s here. It was just straight belts to some posteriors as KAOS continues to annihilate. Oof.
Yes, there's just almost nothing they can do wrong. Hey, Rich, they just lose a player. That's okay. We'll battle back. We're down in odd player situations. That's okay. We'll battle right back. Don't worry about us too much, Captain. We'll fight right through this every step of the way. And honestly, I look at Slane as an impressive S&D team when they're really clicking. So to be putting the work to them the way they are is impressive.
I mean, it really is. They are playing phenomenal search and destroy. Just great teamwork. I mean, when I talk about the bread, the butter, the sugar, and the cream all coming together, that is KAOS right now, and they are putting on a show. They are baking up something good. KAOS here now just trying to hold as Blue Gatorade grabs the first blood, so maybe a tipping of the scales, immediately traded out. Checkerboard in the feed. Wandale sliding up. Wandale coming in. Markel now in a 1v2 situation. Markel here waiting for it, wants to find that angle, wants to find those shots. In a bit of a predicament here, sliding, aggressive, and gets caught out in the crossfire, and Slane has a round.
Yeah, there's only so many times you can get into these odd man positions and come out on top. KAOS trying to keep that mojo rolling, but Slane able to scratch one across. You didn't think they'd go down without a fight whatsoever, and it's not too late. You know, they still have a slight deficit they have to work with, about 3 rounds, but they didn't let it get to that full sale position.
No, not a full retake, unfortunately, for us. But, you know, if you can somehow reverse sweep from a 4-0 deficit, I'll still count it. Not the full reverse sweep, but it still counts for something to be down 4-0 and then come back. But like you said, there's still a lot of Call of Duty to be played. As Boyd here holds on OBJ. Blue Gatorade trying to find a way to sneak on through. Time the nade. JC with the first blood. Blue Gatorade dropped to 35, but somehow stays up. More importantly, the bomb did not go down. So KAOS was able to keep him off from planting, at least temporarily. As Boyd gets the trade out, it's 3-3.
Boyd picking up a big kill and stopping the bomb at this point with that even numbers you have now for KAOS. That's going to be huge for them. Now you can just start to set up, hit some angles. I don't know if they are aware that all of Slane is pinned down towards this rock side at the moment, but they're going to figure it out soon. The bomb plant could be coming through.
Bomb plant could be coming through indeed. And there it is. They finally get it down to 3-3. They thought they were going to try to retake Alpha, so KAOS has to regroup, re-coordinate on OBJ. Wandell may have been spotted over there, but Logano unfortunately does not see him. And the nade distraction, Wandell able to slide to the other side, but does not end up getting the kill. It's traded out though. 2-2, now 1-2. Logano in the 1v2, sliding out now in the 1v1, and we're right back at it. Logano trying to chase him down. Yusef goes down. Great play and awareness from Logano there, Shake.
And that's just showing why they are a team you can never sleep on. Logano, ever the playmaker. KAOS continuing to control this game. And they are one round away from evening up this series.
One round is all it takes, folks. We were already predicting a game 5, but, you know, the respawn modes are really a toss-up. 250, 247. I hate to keep saying it, but it really very rarely does not get much closer than that. And now a 5-1 dominant streak from KAOS behind Logano's 9-3 performance. Slane, while they have a tall task ahead of themselves, can still mount the comeback. We'll see what happens here as round 7 gets underway.
Never over until that score line reads 6. But KAOS looking to make that come sooner than Slane hopes, and that's an excellent first blood towards that case. Now you need to hit that hard reset. Yusef, a lot of shots, able to get one, can't get away with his life. So you're going to maintain the life lead if you are KAOS. Bomb still in hand, clearance towards A. Don't know if they're aware of that just yet.
I think they are. They don't see anyone. They're checking the usual routes. You're holding the lanes. It's a full wraparound towards Slane's spawn. Bit of a confrontation here. Markel rotating out a little too eagerly and gets caught out. Boyd doing the same, and Wandell with a big 2-piece, and now a 1v2. My, the tables have in fact turned. Suni now posting up in the corner, waiting, sliding, gets one, can't get the 2, and Blue Gatorade with the clutch up, and Slane. Ooh, that's 2 in a row. Very dangerous work. Very dangerous work indeed.
It could become dangerous work. That double chow is just a little bit too much for Suni to handle. Gets that first gunfight, but it's just too weak to really try to do much. On to the second player, so you'll clutch up on another round. And it looked like that was going down for you. Not in a great way, so way to respond.
Way to respond indeed. 5-2, folks. Does Slane have it in them to get something going? I mean, we've gotten a little bit. We gotten a little taste. And I believe it's just the 1 in a row. It's not 2 in a row because it was 4-2 and then 5-2. Or I might be mistaken. Either way, it's 5-2 now, folks. Slane has the momentum. They can try and come back from the brink. As they get bombed down, pressure on KAOS. No one going down yet, and it's very rare you see a bomb plant go down without a life traded, at least.
Yeah, usually something happens throughout there, but you're able to get it down if you're Slane. So that's going to be the bit of good news we have going for you. What are you able to make of it from here? You're down a player. You have pretty good control of the bomb site. It's just winning some of these gunfights now.
Yeah, and you're able to pick up first blood yet again. Wandell with the trade. Wandell with 2, and a great job. Wandell continues to be a problem. 2v2 now as Markel picks up Blue. Wandell with the 3-piece, wants the ace, doesn't spot him. The turn and burn, unfortunately, going down. Logano now in a 1v1.
Logano in the 1v1. This is what you're looking for to close it out. And it looks like something horrible may have occurred.
No, the bomb went down. The bomb blew up.
Yes, in the side of KAOS, something horrible has occurred.
Oh, okay.
You have lost the round. You're good.
I thought you were saying like the game crashed or something.
No,
like something
God, no, that would be
happened.
horrendous.
Like, wait, what happened? What happened? Sorry, shit.
Bomb go kaboom.
Bomb go boom.
You're good. Here we go. Now another chance for life. Slane trying to keep it going. It's been an impressive run for them. They got to that map point. They definitely want that 2-0 advantage. You really love to see how much it means to these players. It's a brand new top four. A couple teams that usually may be lurking around are not here. So you may as well take advantage of the reps.
Take advantage of it when and where you can. Yusef with the first blood. It's the 5-3 curse. I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious as Slain continues to gain momentum here. They are slowly pressuring KAOS back to P2 in the garage, and they have fully taken over the hill, and they realize it. Now, do you press your advantage, or do you just hold OBJ? Luckily, Slain realizes it. They're just going to hold OBJ, not get overextended or over aggressive, and you see Slain starting to spread out and just wait for their second push.
What does it come to here? KAOS push back at the moment. You have some clearance for A, but a little bit of a rat trap feels like out of Slain. Ready to pounce at any moment. JC did spot the first couple of shots. Not going to get too aggressive on that shell as Yusef is able to pick up one. Trade will come through. And Blue Gatorade going to find another one. So Slain holding steady, leaving Suni alone.
Suni all alone in a 1v3. Shots coming. And Slain now. 5-4, folks. KAOS struggling to put this one away after a insane deficit. Slain has woken up and might just prove to upset this squad. I mean, that would be tough. I cannot tell you how many times in pubs or in ranked I've been in a 5-1, gotten a little too cocky, made a couple of mistakes, and boom, found myself in a round 11. Yusef on the 3 streak, Blue Gatorade on the 1. KAOS. See what they can get done. It's going to be close. I'm loving every minute of it.
Can they put it away is our question here, my friend. Certainly hasn't been the easiest of tasks so far, but it could all be rewritten right here for you. Blue Gatorade with that first blood, trying to make things just a little bit different.
3-3 as Boyd gets the trade out. Now a bit of a mixed bag. They're waiting on the push. Here it comes. Blue Gatorade goes down one. Dell luckily gets the trade drop to 43 HP and dip and dots out of there. Yusef is out there looking for the push, looking for the rotation. Now 2v2. Pressure on Slain to get bombed down. You see Markel down by the pizza oven looking to cook something up. Those doors aren't open. Might have spotted one. Dell. They're going to wrap towards Alpha. Here comes KAOS with the wraparound as well. This is going to be a very interesting collapse onto A from KAOS.
If they'll get these timings to work out, definitely have the buddy system. Wandell gonna be waiting in this corner.
Oh.
Can he find a gunfight? No, now it's a 2v1. Yusef all by himself. And they are gonna close it out, ladies and gentlemen, guaranteeing a map number 4. KAOS closes it.
Man, how do you ego chow that? That is tough. And Markel shooting Logano towards the end there. KAOS takes the W in a fairly heated fashion. Came down to the wire, but just some costly mistakes from Slain as unfortunately they go down. Logano, 15-5, willing their team towards the W and with a very clutch 2-piece. A phenomenal effort from Slain, but unfortunately, Logano was just too much to handle.
Too much too soon. Too little, now you're coming unglued. That's exactly where you find yourself if you're Slain. You battle back so hard in that search and destroy, and maybe if you don't let the deficit get so big early on in that thing, maybe we're talking about a 2-0 lead, but instead we're here evened up at 1-1. We have to control completely differently.
Yeah, that is just a tough break for this Slain squad. We saw that momentum shift. We were, fingers crossed in the booth, like they can get it done. They can force it to a 5-5, and then it's anybody's match. But unfortunately, it was not meant to be. KAOS sealing this one away in a 6-4 fashion. So much closer search and destroy than what we've seen. But yet again, it's a toss-up, and this time KAOS. We move now to a control on protocol and what is sure to be another nail biter. I'm gonna lean towards Slain just because of their slaying power. was typically better in that hard point, but it's really tough to make that a definitive answer. I'm leaning 60-40 Slane is kind of what I'm feeling right now, Shake.
Yeah, I think they definitely have what it takes to get it done into control. KAOS has not shined away from this type of mode either, so we'll see how it goes. Protocol getting off early. We'll see some players traded out back and forth, making some plays towards the hill. Just trying to find something, a little bit of a funky gunfight there.
Just a little funky as Wandell starting to go to work, finally going down, and here comes the spawn trap, I think, from Slane. Logano able to take him down and trying to clear it, but a lot of pressure coming early from Slane. Luckily, a three-piece in the feed clears it out, but JC in the mid lane just going to work with the AMS back-to-back headshots, and Logano goes down, and we're right back to it. Slane is living up to their name and slaying out early and often here on the Proto Control.
It seems like they felt like map 2 didn't feel right the way we are. They should have came out and won that. They almost had to come back, asserting themselves early defensively on the protocol. You love to see the response.
Oh, absolutely. They're playing with a little bit of fire. 21-12, 15 seconds left on the clock, and Slane, unfortunately, not giving KAOS room to breathe. They are getting torched, and Wandell going to work. 5 seconds left on the clock. Zero hope for KAOS here, as it's a squad wipe to end it in one of the more one-sided control matches or control rounds I've seen in a long time, Shake.
Yeah, that was pretty convincing out of the side of Slane, really just responding to that map loss. And I think it may be a little bit of reverse of what I said. Maybe Slane's just a respawn team.
I think that's what we're seeing here. Slane, while they put up one incredible effort in the search and destroy, fell short, but they know how to play their respawns, and as far as I can tell, they show no signs of slowing down. Time will tell, though, what is in store now that they're on the offensive side of things. Can KAOS apply that kind of pressure to their spawn? Can they slay out? We'll just have to wait and see as we get ready for round 2. Here we go.
See how it all plays out. Beautiful Call of Duty control between these two teams. Offense very difficult to accomplish. I like the early A hit out of Slane, however, just to throw KAOS off. They're getting some good gunfight wins as well, coming out on top of the trades for now, and just making this start really hectic for KAOS, and that's a tough gunfight loss. And you got 2 players on the hill and 3 dead in the feed. Now for the side of Slane.
I mean, a phenomenal job from Slane. I mean, you can already tell the difference on attack because they actually captured a point on, and Bravo, no less, one of the harder objectives to capture in the control map set. So now, with just 3 lives lost on a Bravo push and hold, they are in well within their it's going to be a one-sided affair, I think, and Slane is showing it right here, right now. Whether it be the map, the mode, or the combo of the two, it is all Slane in the kill feed and in the W's.
Slane lighting up every type of possible statistical category at the moment, looking to repeat their success on that offensive side. 3 dead already in the feed. 1.5 ticks on A. B gone. It doesn't get much better for you if you're Slane. 9-knife lead. You're pushed up into the defensive spawn. I mean, what more could you ask for?
You can't ask for a lot more from a control-sided control team. I mean, they are playing lights out, dare I say. 18-10 on offense on a proto is insane. Blue Gatorade going to work with a nice little 2-piece. Wants the 3, couldn't quite get it. Wandell now rotating towards the spawn. It's 15-8 in lives. Wandell is just lurking on this corner, picks up 1, wants the 2, and he's gonna get it. My goodness, what a one-sided affair this matchup has been thus far.
This has just been a slobber knocker through and through, a little bit one-sided. Getting beat like a government mule is the side of KAOS in this one, and it is not pretty, ladies and gentlemen. Slane rolling to that 2-0 scoreline, and it has just not been much resistance from KAOS whatsoever.
And that's got to be an old JR call out. I have not heard I dare not ask what happens to the poor government mule as KAOS U18, unfortunately, falling down 2-0 to Slain, who wanted their vengeance. Wandell with an unfathomable 21-6 KD, averaging 10 kills a round, is insane and in control, and KAOS just don't seem to have a response. Here comes Yusef from up top. He's not going to overextend. Said he's going to rotate through the mid lane. So no one going down yet as Boyd grabs first blood. Here comes the push, and Yusef and Wandell trading it out immediately. Luckily, KAOS is at least able to get onto OBJ, at least temporarily.
Yeah, see if anything really will come of it, and not to be had. KAOS still swimming in their own misery as they get ripped off of the A site. Markel, the last one up, and now they're in your spawn. Slain can start to take flight here. You are able to get a couple of kills just to try to get out of your spawn, but still not a lot of forward momentum.
Not a lot of forward momentum at all. A 9 streak for Wandell. He wants some more. He is putting in the hurt, laying this game down like his For You page, brick by brick. Wandell can't seem to be stopped, is finally taken out, but it's already 24-16. This has got to be a record for one of the fastest control matches I've seen in the U18.
Oh, it's up there, Rich, and it's in conversations for one of the most dominant performances that we've seen. I mean, my goodness, this team is just absolutely balling out. Either way you need it, offense, defense, they can do it all. They're frying. Gatorade at 12-9, just absolutely chilling. Wandell, he's up to 28-8. I mean, my goodness.
Oh, and there's the 3-piece from the Hellfire, including one of your own teammates. So you get the 30 bomb, but at what cost, Wandell? The bloodlust is too much. He's taking down teammates. He's taking down KAOS. He's taking down their whole darn team. Wandell, just too darn good, baby. Oh my, good golly, Miss Molly. Wandell starts with a W. He gives a W, and he puts on a W performance. Holy Jesus, Wandell absolutely annihilating this KAOS squad.
Shutting them down may be an understatement, Rich. It feels like they had their number that entire way. You start to talk about vetoes and things like that. You start to think that maybe Slain had that map pick in the back of their pocket, and boy, did it pay off. A 3-0 in that one. 2-1 lead in the series, looking at grand finals now.
Yeah, I mean, with a performance like that, I think Wandell is red hot. Just insane, dropping a 32 bomb in the KD with only 8 deaths. You're dropping a 3.0 KD in the hard point and just absolutely annihilating and frying. You finish it with a 2-piece. Yusef is there for the assist towards the end as well. I mean, this grand finals performance, grand finals like performance is what's going to send them to the very same thing. They locked in. Wandell had a phenomenal game. I don't know how KAOS responds in hardpoint in another respawn mode with how Wandell was playing in that control. If it's a protocol hardpoint, I'm going to call it GG's out the rip.
Yeah, I mean, that might not be a good call. Might not be a bad call, excuse me. I think it really is up to KAOS to just try to pull off something insane here. You did get the benefit of getting to that map number 4, but jeez, is it looking rough.
Again, I think rough is a bit of an understatement. That is devastating, to say the least. It is just... oh, it's just rough. It's just really difficult to try and bounce back from something like that. The insane pressure Wandell was applying, and just Slain as a whole. I mean, we barely saw him leave spawn, let alone get on OBJ. And anytime they did, they were immediately cleared. I think in the first round, they didn't even set foot on OBJ. It was straight belts to some posteriors, because my goodness, that was a very uncharacteristically bad map for KAOS and a bad mode. Just they played I'm going to hold my tongue before I say anything too controversial. But KAOS, you got to bounce back. You got to do it here and now. It's do or die time in Hardpoint. Because if this goes to another search and destroy, I still think it's anybody's series at this point. But yeah, it's Slane. Slane has it.
Yeah, they definitely have the hot hand, and you feel like in this map number 4, it has to be theirs to lose. So if you're KAOS, it's time to start getting things going, and we've seen the gun skill out of them. We've seen that ability. It's just they're getting edged out at every important manner.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate part. And when I say when it was anybody's games, that's if it goes to a game 5. Just to clarify, if we're sticking with just the hard point, it's Slane through and through. Wandell really didn't show slowing down, and it is going to be a very difficult task. We're going to a Skyline, so no protocol, so there is still hope for KAOS. But if Wandell gets going like the way they were, you're going to have a pretty big mountain to climb against this Slane squad.
I think things will only get that much more difficult for you. I mean, playing on Skyline seems to be like a pretty scary thought in the back of my mind, Rich. Maybe KAOS can just step up to the task and use that as a bit of motivation. Like, oh, yeah, you're a good hardpoint team, but we're going to show you what we are.
Exactly. Solid GGs through and through either way to both teams, and Slane ripping and roaring right out of the gates with a solid 2-piece. So they take over the P1. Blue Gatorade trying to hold the line. Logano at the high ground, ironically enough, for a quick 2-piece. So now KAOS grabbing their first couple of points.
Trying to get as much as you can on this P1. P2 sides always got to be in the back of your mind, but you'll take the points where you can get them. We've seen a lot of teams struggle getting behind early in these hard points and having difficulty rebounding, so you don't want to be put to a situation where you're fighting off of that back foot, and that certainly could have been what KAOS was doing, but that good re-break helped them.
Yeah, there could be some potential here for KAOS, but again, it's going to be a tall task. This P2 is going to be critical for you. You need to lock it down. Wandell is already lurking down in your back lane. Wants the 2-piece, but unfortunately only getting one. Here comes the backup, though, as soon as he goes down. You got to be careful of Boyd on helipad, protecting those flanks. Gets one, Wandell goes down, but again, somehow you see Slane is on hill first, and they take over. Logano can't get it. JC with a tough TK, though, and Suni able to break it for KAOS.
He gets the break, and they have the back spawns as well. Slane a little bit lost in this P2 at the moment. Wandell trying to make that chow. Great spot to check. It's one of the more common spots for players to lay down. Logano gets the kill off of the break, but can't hold on much longer. Boyd around the outside will get dealt with as well. A few seconds should get locked in here for Slane. Not too far away, though, is KAOS trying to make a little bit of a rebreak.
And a 3-piece in the feed, that should give them a little breathing room, and they do take over on the P2, but P3 about to be on the docket. So again, a much closer affair. KAOS just has to keep that in mind to not allow the mental to get to him. I don't know what Yusuf was going for, but unfortunately does not have the distance. Wandell, though, with the 2-piece on the 4 streak, and this is what you wanted to avoid if you were KAOS, is Wandell going absolutely crazy in the kill feed. Markel, last one close, immediately taken out, and Slane takes over the P3, and now they're trying to just set up for the P4 spawns.
It's what he's done consistently, and it's the key to victory for KAOS is slowing down Wandell. 3 dead in the feed. The last player is taken down. That's a clean break for KAOS. Trying to build back into this thing. P4 spawns in mind as well. Boyd working around the outside, trying to help his teammates out through the back line. Slane able to get that break. Spawns should come through the back for KAOS, and they do. Will remain for Slane in the moment.
Yeah, a great job from Slane as they are able to hold the lead. The P4 coming up. JC getting close, trying to clear. Suni able to duck behind the tub to stay up. And now just trying to push up. Markel goes down, so a quick trade out on the outside. And here comes from the kitchen flank. Suni holding on the tub. Rub-a-dub-dub. It's JC and co to take over as KAOS try to retake. Logano, the last one there. Able to stay up, though, and still apply pressure to OBJ.
Forward pressure comes. Slane Trying to extend that lead up over 30 seconds now. Suni through bottom bed. Can't get much done. All players for KAOS spawning outside. Logano trying to go huge. Can't do anything about it. And KAOS just really struggling here now in this hard point.
Struggling indeed, and you're getting close to that 60-point deficit. The one thing you want to avoid if you're in a hard point is a 60-point deficit, because it just makes it all the more difficult to come back from. Logano goes down. Blue Gatorade with the dolphin dive to cover, just absolutely bamboozling KAOS here. Finally goes down, but the damage has been done. Slain up by a full 60 on the dot. KAOS able to grab a couple of points from the scrap of P4. Excuse me, and we're back to P1. KAOS actually has the advantage here, but they're going to need the entirety of this P1 and then some to take the lead.
It's a big hole they've dug themselves, Rich. See if they got the shovels big enough to do it. Down 40 points. Have done a good job trying to hold the P1 so far. Yusuf tries to go huge. Trades do come through. Boyd able to hop on the hill, so KAOS still can continue trying to battle, but that pinch from up top is going to flush KAOS out of the hill. Slane finds a way.
Yeah, they were trying to prioritize P2 too early, and it cost them a lot of P1 time. So KAOS able to, unfortunately, they fall off the map, or at least Boyd does. JC went for the dolphin dive on Suni, but it doesn't pay off. Wandell, who else causing problems for KAOS? Now just bobbing and weaving, smoothing and grooving. Wandell looking for the finish, trying to check him. And unfortunately, Boyd just lurking and grabbing his little toesy woesies. It's back and forth in the kill feed, but KAOS doing a good job of at least getting somewhat closer, but it's not enough.
Oh, not yet anyway. Slane has sunk their teeth into a lead in this P2 rotation as well. Logano, the last forward player, trying to stay alive long enough for reinforcement to come through. You get a kill, but not enough to force Slane out of their positioning on the second hill, and it just continues to grow against KAOS.
Yeah, that is the problem when you get to that 60-plus point lead. Even if KAOS gets half a hill or a majority of that P1, Slane can take it right back with a great P2, and his P3 is going to be critical for KAOS to get back in this matchup. They're down by over 70 now, so Slane just slowly extending their lead. You know, goes from 60 to 70 to 80, and the mental starts to get to you if you're KAOS, and it's just unfortunate to say the least. You had belts put to some posteriors from Slane in the control. The same thing is happening here in the hard point, as predicted by yours truly, Shake. So now KAOS on the brink of defeat, on the brink of a 100-point club. It's not looking too good.
No, it's not looking too hot for him. I'm going to have to agree with you there, buddy. It's tough scenes at the moment. I guess it's never too late for a comeback. 100-point comebacks do happen, but not often. So KAOS has to go huge. Every single second matters as we continue to work on the P3.
Continuing that work, Logano with a massive three-piece. So KAOS showing signs of life, but a flashy little three-piece isn't going to get you 80 points on the board, unfortunately. Blue Gatorade and Co. now rotating up top. Gatorade able to pick up 2. KAOS able to pick up 2 as well. Suni trying to stay up. Big plays from Suni and Logano to secure the P4 rotation.
Lock this thing down. KAOS not out of it just yet. Well aware of where these players for Slane will want to try to come from. It's just winning the gunfights. And can you find them around the outside? Slane standing tall. That's going to wipe out the back.
Unfortunate. You got to hold those spawns if you're KAOS, but unfortunately it crumbles. Suni to take down Gatorade, so you get a good first initial pick, but so does Slane by taking out Logano. KAOS still trying to find that foothold onto P4, but it does not materialize. Who else but Wandell on the 4 streak to clear it and keep P4 in Slane's control.
Inching closer towards this series victory and a trip to the grand finals. Still a little bit work left to do. 18 seconds needed, but by God, they are up by 100 points and counting. P1 control is theirs as well. Things are getting bleak for KAOS.
Bleak is an understatement at this point. Again, they get a couple of nice 3 pieces, but it's a JC able to pick up 2 as well. Boyd unfortunately getting traded out. It's just not tenable, unfortunately, for KAOS. And I think this will spell the final few moments KAOS last, as they cannot hold the PU1. It's a bit of a checkerboard in the feed, but Boyd stays alive. So I'm proven wrong at least once more, as KAOS holds on for dear life.
Holding on to whatever glimmer of hope that they have in this one. It's not looking too pretty, but I guess if you can stay, if you're Slain, you might as well take your shoes off because you're here a while. Welcome to the grand finals.
Grand finals indeed, and Pot of Gold is awaiting. It's going to be a series reset, so you're going to have to win back-to-back best of fives if you're Slain, and that is a very tall task against Pot of Gold. We saw how exceptional they were in the respawns. Slain faltered in their search and destroy as well against KAOS. So will they falter once again? Time will tell. Wandell has the momentum, has the gunny, so the respawns should be close. They should be a little sweaty if Wandell can continue to hit those shots like he's been hitting them. But I'm still leaning towards Pot of Gold. They've been waiting. They got to the grand finals first for a reason. So, like I said, a tall task, but not impossible for Slain.
No, definitely not. It's just a longer road than you maybe would have liked to have had. Pot of Gold put you to test earlier. Chat, don't go too far. We're going to get our grand final set up between Pot of Gold and Slain. When we come back, it's grand final time.
Woo!
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, it is grand finale time. It's going to be Pot of Gold versus Slain. Slain needing to hit the complete bracket reset, winning 2 series in a row in order to take the dub. Pot of Gold just 3 years away from calling themselves champs.
Yeah, it is always nice when you reach a grand finals. It's a bit bittersweet, though, as we've had a pretty fun-filled afternoon and evening of Call of Duty. Several close hard points, a dominant control, and a couple of search and destroys mixed in between. As we are off to the races, it's going to be Pot of Gold grabbing the first couple of points. Wandell getting taken out before he can get onto Hill, and EOG putting in the work early.
Getting the work in. Blue Gatorade tries to get a big dive from up over the top, gets shut down. P1 is getting populated by the green side right now as Slane's trying to work through P3, maybe get an attack through that mid area. Just try to break the hill because you already got 30 seconds if you are Pot of Gold. And if you could just get towards that P2 side now, things don't get much better for you.
No, it does not. But I mean, we saw a couple of close hard points throughout this afternoon, and Pot of Gold is just getting right to work, pedal to the metal. Slain has yet to score a point. They tried to on the P2, but it's a no-go, and a 3-piece in the feed. Pot of Gold just taking it to him. JC gets a nice 2-piece, but can't quite get to point. So I've been talking about this 60-point deficit for a while throughout the evening, and Pot of Gold is going to get it in the first 2 hills.
Yeah, I know. It's a nice little start for your boys, the Pot of Gold. Looking like they are the ones you have to come to. And guess what? They earned that spot. Slain does get a break and a few seconds here towards the backside, but so much damage already done. And a couple of more kills, you're going to catch that player completely off guard. Smooth with that last shot. Mazzo finding one as well. P3 battles will go down. You do go trades Blue Gatorade. Gene with that trade right back. And my God, Pile of Gold is just zooming.
Oh, they have got a jetpack strapped to their backs as Blue Gatorade tries to punch through on the P3. It's a no-go. Che Fu and company lock it down. Pot of Gold just can't be stopped right now. Slain. I mean, I dare I say their only hope will be the search and destroy, but we've seen how that goes. It's been a couple of 3-1s across the board. You're down 92-18 off the rip. And Pot of Gold just absolutely obliterating you. And we talk about Wandell for most of the series they're in, but Wandell currently dropping a 7 for 10 with only 4 seconds of hill time. I mean, Pot of Gold's going to hit triple digits in the first rotation.
You don't see that every day. And we talk about Wandell and his struggles. I mean, it's not just them. 5 and 8. 6 and 10. JC is holding the line at 7 and 7, just a couple less engagements at this point. But you are just getting absolutely slaughtered, tenderized, and getting ready to get set on the dinner table. We've all but got a fork in you.
Pretty much. 120 to 127 now as we're going to a 100-point club. Youssef getting up close and personal for the third of a 3 streak to clear for Slain. So a little bit of positivity for Slain, but they took their time getting some positivity. The P4, as again, it's just a full takeover 3-piece from Pot of Gold. Wandell playing their patience, or trying their patience, I should say, as they try to slide in, looking for Che Fu on the tub, trying to find something, but again, it's a no-go. Pot of Gold still holding strong, but finally breaking through, but it's too little too late at this point. You're down by over 100. Slain, I'm trying to remain impartial, Shake, but it's not looking good at all.
No, it's just bad to worse right now for the side of Slain. I mean, there weren't some nice gunfights, but there's not much to be said after that. Not a whole lot of chain kills. It's a lot of green in the feed, and that's going to be your primary issue. You do get 3 dead, make it 4, and maybe this is where Slain can gain some momentum, but Gene, with that dirty rocket in the sky, gonna make it hurt.
Yeah, the Hellfire missile is a nuisance, to say the least. You're on an outside hill. You have to full clear essentially, and Pot of Gold able to take right back over. Blue Gatorade had an angle for a two-piece, but unfortunately only able to get one. On the 4 streak, though, so Slain showing signs of life. They have the P2 spawns. They're getting trade outs in the kill feed now, but they have a long road to go down if they want to try and take a lead.
Oh, absolutely. It's a long, winding road. A lot of curves along the way are going to be able to navigate the way through. Not so easy. You still have to deal with a couple players in back. JC just completely doesn't even check that corner right there. It gets taken down. Luckily, the trade comes through, and you're going to remain those back spawns if you're Slain. Good trade by Wandell onto Maso to make sure Slain can keep in this game.
Yeah, I mean, fighting tooth and nail. They're still down by about 60, but they get a good, solid P1 hold. And if they can rotate into this P2 or break it, they'll be in a very good spot for success. They get a two-piece. Maso trading it out. No one really on P2 just yet. Blue Gatorade hesitant to push in. Maso getting right back to it, and it's going to be Pot of Gold yet again taking over on this P2.
Holding down. Now we make our way towards that P3, though, and I like the rotations here at a Pot of Gold. Not just trying to push right through. Get towards that mid side, work the P4 side as well. That's nowhere you know that's where you need to be long term in this thing. Meanwhile, you do have the hill in the hands of Slain. Couple of kills will go down. They'll flush them all out. One last player up was gonna be Maso. Wandell will deal with him as well. And we talked about the rough start, but looking to form out is Slain.
A great job from Pot of Gold. They just keep hitting Slain where it hurts. They're not letting Wandell pop off. Yusef dropping to a 12 and 21. Pretty much everyone going positive or breaking even. And it is just a one-sided affair. Slain able to break into triple digits, thankfully, to keep this one, at least keep up appearances, I should say. But for the early going there, I was a bit worried they weren't going to be able to crack into 100-plus points.
It was looking like probably one of the worst situations you can imagine, starting off a grand finals, getting 100-point club. But, you certainly tried to work back into it. P4 will go to Pot of Gold, at least to start. Wandell's in a good spot in back. Working those kills has allowed them that space, but they need to convert on it. And only one player now up in the back is pretty much going to fall that all to naught. You're spawning back towards P2 now. If you are Slain, you got to make a trek across.
Exactly. That is a very dangerous trek, to say the least, and I'm not talking about Star. Either way, Smooth holding on the hill a minute 30. Gene at a minute 50. Everybody popping off and slaying out, going breaking even or breaking positive. The Slain is unfortunately just down by 100, 223 to 122 and climbing. I mean, it's all but over really for Slain.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's just going to get too much better here for you. If you are a Slain fan, you got to hope that map number 2 gives you some magic, because it's just not looking too great for you in this one. Certainly not over, but it might just be a GG's goes next situation.
Yeah, focus on the search and destroy. Try to get your priorities straight for it, and hopefully you have yourself another positive matchup, or at least you're able to bounce back to a certain extent, because right now, Pot of Gold is just obliterating you in the kill feed and on the scoreboard.
Tough scenes, 20 seconds needed for Pot of Gold. They do get cleared off of the hill. Chifu trying to make that re-entry. Can't quite find the gunfight. Teammate will get the trade. So now you're on that good P2 side, and you can look to just get comfy over there if you're able to win some of these gunfights. But Slain is starting to loom large here.
Yeah, they're looming a little bit, but you're down by 70-plus points with Pot of Gold at 231. I mean, they need to just sneeze on this P2, and they will take home the W. They get a little bit of scrap on the P1. Maso trying to get back on there to just put this one away, but Slain fighting for each and every point, or doing their best to, and they're able to get through, but it's not enough. The trades just keep going in Pot of Gold's favor, but hold on. Yusef able to hold the line. Can they maintain?
That's the difficult question, Rich. They are starting to get some of these gunfights to go their way, and that's a huge difference here as they edge closer towards this 200-point mark. If you're pot of gold, you got to cut your losses yet again. Only a few seconds here on the P2. Chifu will end up making a play here. Looks like they will stand and fight without that hard point clock. A little difficult here, Chad, but we keep trying to roll through and roll through. Will pot of gold, trying to clutch up on the last few.
I think they got this one. I don't think Slane's going to be able to get there in time. Wandell with a last-ditch effort, but it's not enough. That is a solid GG's, and what an opening round. 251-91. Do not let the scoreboard fool you, folks. This was Pot of Gold's matchup through and through. Slane made a valiant effort, but unfortunately could not maintain the P2. Maso with a big two-piece here. It's the retake after the pre-fire that I love, just taking them down without a care. JC gets picked up on the flank, and Maso, I think, might have just won that game for Pot of Gold. Granted, Pot of Gold is going to win it through and through, but to basically full clear a P2 is huge.
Yeah, it's masterful work, and it's why they got that map win at the end of the day. But you got to lick your wounds. You got more maps to play if you are Slane. You have to try to regain as good as possible. And you head to a search and destroy, where in the past you might have looked at that as a regain. It seems to be a struggle.
Yeah, exactly. And Pot of Gold just showing off why they're the better squad here. They got to grand finals first for a reason, folks. That is why they, I mean, I'm just trying to comprehend it, because we saw how phenomenal Wandell played in the respawn and just gets absolutely shut down. I mean, the entirety of Slane, for the most part, going positive or breaking even, and it's just unfortunate. It's really, really unfortunate. I was hoping for a bit more of a competitive matchup, but when you're down by over 100 points for a majority of the matchup, it is incredibly difficult to come back. Because like I was saying in our first series, Shake, if you're, let's say we go back a little bit, it's 220, 120. Every point for that 220 squad hits way more than that 120 squad. So, you know, if you're Pot of Gold, you can play a little bit looser on objective. You don't have to necessarily take those risks because you're at such a heavy lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a great point you bring up. The closer you get to 250, the more everything matters. And you see that in the way the players play sometimes as well. You see things get a little bit more tight when you're on that deficit. Some players really thrive in that clutch, in that crunch, but it's really difficult and not for everyone, and not a situation you'd like to be in.
Yeah, not where you'd like to be, not where anyone really wants to be. I don't like losing as much as the next person, and it's even worse when I'm in a rank. I can't imagine what it's like in a league such as the U18 or any number of amateur leagues out there. Just the amount of pressure that's on it. Everyone trying to make a name for themselves and climb and elevate in the scene, get signed by that team you want to, get noticed by that player or that coach. So each and every match and mode matters. So I feel for Slane, but Pot of Gold is just the better squad in that hard point. So if as we've seen throughout the day, Shake, if you're gonna step up in one place, if you're gonna find that win somewhere, it's gonna be in the search and destroy.
It needs to be for Slane. We need to see Slane of old, where we get Yusuf and Gatorade just going absolutely bananas, two pieces galore, knowing the playmakers that they can be, and Wandell allowing him to have some fun as well. It's just, you need to get back to that as best you can. Of course, easier said than done, but it's what it's going to take here in the grand finals.
Yeah, 100% agree with you, buddy. I mean, it is a tale as old as time, and I've kept saying it and we'll continue to say it. If you are dog water at the respawn modes, you gotta step up in the search and destroy. That is your bread and butter. Not to call Slane dog water. I ain't trying to get, slapped up in a pubs match by him, because any one of these players could absolutely destroy Shake and I in any number of games. So not trying to say that. I'm not trying to say that, Slane. Please don't be mad with me. But your search and destroy game is where you're going to find a win, hopefully against Pot of Gold. They are a dangerous squad, as we've seen. They can shut down anyone in the respawn. So if you want any hope of at least making this series interesting, it would be in the search and destroy. And on Hacienda, we've seen what Slane can do. But Wandale gets taken out first. Oh, no, Shake.
Yeah, no, not ideal. Blue Gatorade tries to make a play, but Smooth is going to follow up, and now it's a 1v2. Yusuf, luckily, all by himself over towards A. You see Pot of Gold still working that B side. Do get the information, are going to work together. It's going to be Gene and Smooth.
Yeah, a really solid job from Pot of Gold. Ooh, and they just barely escape Yusuf as they both slide past. Yusuf was waiting for the push, but now playing the patient card. Yusuf takes down Gene, and now a 1v1, waiting for the push. Smooth just holding on bomb and now pushing up, trying to track down Yusuf, and it's just a game of cat and mouse. Smooth just has to go back towards OBJ, and unfortunately, there's no time. Yusuf gonna be able to get that one for Slane, so a great momentum earner for Slane right there.
Yeah, Yusuf just played that perfectly. Honestly, gets the first kill and just dances around top secret, makes his presence all too unknown to the opposing player, and wastes enough time and gets the round done.
Yeah, it's really, really tough for Pot of Gold to deal with a search and destroy team such as Slane. I mean, Yusuf pops off to just not necessarily pops off, but just has the wherewithal to run and keep Pot of Gold chasing, and not until a bomb needs to be defused. Then you know where that Pot of Gold player is going to be. But again, we still got plenty of search and destroy to go. Slane still, I think, has a tall task ahead of them. As bomb goes down, Pot of Gold has the advantage.
Yeah, you can't count out Pot of Gold for a second, Rich, and they'll show you why here. Down to a 2v2, now 1v2. JC spots out the first. Reinforcements should be coming now, and it's going to be a tough situation. Gunfight soon, JC. So many targets, finds the first. Now it's a 1v1. Things get desperate. You got to run for your life. Play it well. Hope you get that regen. Checks the wrong corner. Reload. It's good. JC clutches for the second in a row.
JC, my goodness, taking ankles like the bone collector out on Bravo, moving and grooving, brought out the knife and had to get up close and personal for the finish, but played that perfectly. Slane coming out with a couple of back-to-back bangers of search and destroy rounds. Pot of Gold, while they might have the respawns on lock, Slane seems to have their fair share in search and destroy. And I mean, you're bringing knives out to a gunfight and still winning. You're impressing somebody out there, that's for certain.
Yeah, you're feeling strong, and he got caught in a reload, and I thought it was going to be, oh no, this is tough rounds now for JC, but it didn't end that way. The knife comes through, and my goodness, not a moment too soon. Pot of Gold built themselves a decent little deficit here.
Yeah, just a little bit of breathing room, and now you can try and relax just a little bit. Again, Pot of Gold continues to get these first bloods, but Slane gets the rounds. But you find yourself in a 4v2. Here comes the return from Pot of Gold. Can they take over? Can they shut it down? Can they get their momentum back? JC getting the shots and just playing it perfectly from up top, and Wandale takes down Chafu. All of a sudden, it's Slane taking it once again in a 2v4.
I mean, just there's nothing that this Slane team can't do in search and destroy right now. They are just absolute menaces, and they struggled early on, so it's a little bit surprising, to say the least, to see them have this much ease on search.
Yeah. That's just a great job from Slane. Way to keep their composure. So often you see teams falter in a 2v4 situation, but behind JC, with a 5 streak, folks, Pot of Gold able to stay up and stay alive. You put the bomb in a perfect spot, and JC was just able to wall bang from top balcony over on Alpha, and they play it perfectly. So now, despite the numerous first bloods from Pot of Gold, they're down 3-0, Shake.
Yeah, first bloods don't seem to matter much to Slane right now. Very well at overcoming that situation. Another first blood for Pot of Gold. Can they convert Wandell? He's going to be the second to fall. Big numbers advantage. 1v3 to a none v3. Pot of Gold able to get around.
A great job. And a great bounce back for Pot of Gold. As much as we were hyping up Slane, all of a sudden the momentum switches up real quick, and Slane makes a couple of mistakes. They get a little too overzealous, a little too eager to get the bomb down, and Pot of Gold is able to take advantage of that. Now, can Slane regain that momentum, or is this the beginning of the end? Do we see a bit of a reverse sweepage a little early? Pot of Gold, I don't want to jinx it, and I don't want to jinx it for Slane either, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens, Shake.
Yeah, it continues to roll. Pot of Gold could certainly use another round here. You can't just go 1 for 1. You need to start putting something together. Fully entrenched by Slane. Looks like Pot of Gold was okay with giving up that map positioning. Gene's going to get a little bit of it back. Another first blood. Can they pile it on?
Yeah, I mean, now a 3-3. You get that 1-1 trade. Smooth takes down Wandell, who has struggled in this search and destroy. JC is down, your heavy hitter. Now Yusef all alone. And we see another incredible clutch. There's 1v2, and unfortunately Lightning will not strike twice, so Pot of Gold getting 2 in a row.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. They are starting to come alive in this search and destroy. Pot of Gold knows they don't get paid extra for overtime, wants to make this map number 2 go their way. And it's been tough work so far early on, but responding well with 2 of their own.
Yeah, a really, really great job from Pot of Gold. And now they're just starting to go back to work. It seems like the couple of hiccups the first 3 rounds were just that. You pass it by the wayside and move on. And now Pot of Gold 1 round away from tying things up. And Slane, how do they respond to this? Those mid-game adjustments we were talking about, those mid-round adjustments, that is where this is going to come into play. Can Slane find now those adjustments and get another round under their belt?
I'd certainly like to, Rich. See if they have what it takes. Pot of Gold get that bomb down early, and 2 players along with it. It looks like it could be 3 in a row for Pot of Gold. Still a chance here. Slane trying to make a play. Ooh, Smooth spots him out. Can't quite get the timing to get enough shots in. And Blue Gatorade may be blessed with timing of its own. Finds 2 players. And the round has been completely flipped on its head. Gonna go for the defuse here. Is Smooth gonna check it in time? You bet he is. But the trades go down. It's a 1v1. Gene just trying to get out of dodge, knowing there's only so much time left. JC just gonna hunker on down. Hope he can get this kill. The round is over. Doesn't matter. Pot of Gold wins it. JC just letting him know, haha, I got you.
Yeah, a really great job from Pot of Gold to bounce back, win 3 in a row themselves, and just flip Slane on their heads. And we saw the same play for Slane to get the win, just running around in a 1v1. You have bomb down already. Pressure is on the defending team to get that defuse. So you just got to stay up and at least keep eyes on objective every, 4 or 5 seconds, and you get a free, easy win. So you go down, but you get the W. So Slane trying to bounce back now after 3 in a row from Pot of Gold. It's Chefu with the 2-piece, and a disaster has struck for Slane through and through.
Could be witnessing a little bit of a slip up here, Rich. You could grab the round back, but if you get this lead up and you give up 4 rounds in a row, you really just start questioning all the strategies you've had, because it was going so easy. And now all of a sudden this game has completely been flipped on its head, and not a moment too late as far as Pot of Gold is concerned.
Yeah, a really great job. Slane can never be counted out in a 2v whatever or a 1v whatever. You see that example showing right here. You see how cautiously Pot of Gold is playing, waiting for the retake on Bravo. Meanwhile, Slane's already at Alpha. They're not falling for it. And a great job and repush from Slane. And unfortunately, Smooth predicts it too little, too late. Almost goes down, and what a wall bang from JC.
Clutch up, will ya, young fella. Maso left in a 1v2 situation. Bomb is on the ground. Huge swing of momentum here. Oh, unfortunate. Maso not able to put up that first kill. I'll just have to try to find one of these players. His position is known as the tough spot, and now they're just going to try to gang up on you. He now knows both players are in front of him, but the shots are into him as well. Can he stand tall for the first gunfight? Will there be enough time? And if you're Yusuf,
Oh,
you're
boy.
not going to get anywhere near this thing until right now. And
Uh-oh.
you get the check, you get the round win Slane needed.
A very, very close round, but it goes in favor of Slane. Seth, getting it done in a nail biter. But again, it's just how annoying search and destroy can become when it comes down to a 1v1. You know where that last player is going to have to be. If you go down, you at very least check it, but you secure the round for your team. So Slane able to halt the momentum, at least for now. We'll see how Pot of Gold responds now. JC at 11-4, willing their team back into the W column, trying to force a game 4 and then some.
Force it here. Pot of Gold with that bomb. Full presence and openness towards this B site. Slane's going to recognize that. Tries to get the wall bang. Not able to go through. Bomb is going to go down. 4v4 retake here over at B. Becoming more common. You have to take a look at this player, Blue Gatorade. And Maso is in position to watch that trap if he stays patient.
Ooh.
Doesn't need to. Gets the chow anyway. And that's a huge first blood.
And Smooth takes down Yusef. Wandell goes down, and now a 1v4. JC has been the kill leader of this lobby. So if there's anyone who could clutch a 1v4, it would be them. But with just 15 seconds left, time a ticking away seems incredibly unlikely. But I tried to hold out hope. 4-4. Pot of Gold tying things up.
Hitting that tie ball game, and that's the worst thing I feel like you could have done if you were Slane, is allow Pot of Gold to get back into this thing, because now it feels like this is very much anybody's ball game with this 4-4, and it's just the best to 2 right now.
We will just have to wait and see now, won't we? As Smooth, 10-5, slaying up, slaying out, showing up. We go now to a round 9, a critical swing moment for both teams. Pot of Gold won most recently, but Slane is keeping things competitive. Bravo a bit exposed, and I think Slane are going to push through the mid lane to take over, but I don't know if they'll realize that Smooth has snuck behind them into the P2 garage. So they will take over bomb site, but Smooth has the advantage here. Might be able to sneak up on him. You have to play your shots, and you shoot far too early, Smooth. Oh, had the element of surprise, and I think wasted it a bit. JC, though, takes down Che Fu with her first blood. Now Pot of Gold has to retake. It's going to be an interesting push, and here comes Pot of Gold.
Shut down. You get a couple of kills, and now it's a 1v2 for Wandell. Can he play this defuse correctly? Oh, the chow comes through. That's a tough one to lose. Smooth gets set down, getting a little over eager in this search and destroy, maybe trying to just do a little bit too much, and you lose the gunfight. Smooth, you gotta stay on the rock and give your team a chance.
You stay on rock, you cover while the other defuses. The fact that they didn't even attempt to defuse during all of that, except till the 1v1, was a huge mistake on Pot of Gold's part. So Slane gets away with one there, I think. They take the 5-4, now match point. A lot of pressure on Pot of Gold to bounce back in this one.
Yeah, of the most pressure they've felt so far in this series. Not too hard in the hard point, but rough sledding here. Search and destroy. They can send it to the round 11. Have the offense. Not going to get a full out defense. A little bit more spread out by Slane. Blue Gatorade gets a lot of information. He's just going to back on up and let his teammates come to help him out in a great nade from Yusuf.
Great nade indeed. You grab that first blood, immediately put them at a disadvantage. Blue Gatorade on a big flank. Now the pressure coming. Pot of Gold's got to get a 1-for-1 trade here. They need to get somebody. Now Che Fu holding on bomb. A lot of pressure. Yusef taking him down. Maso able to get one. Smooth trying to pick up something. It's a 2v2 now. Oh, great plays from both sides as it's evened up. The pressure on Pot of Gold to get the bomb down. Maso! Woo! We're going to a round 11, Shake.
Here we go. This is what you hope for, Rich. You want great search and destroy. Well, no further than this series right here. We have a battle back. It looked like it was going to be a clear runaway for Slain, but Pot of Gold is just dug so deep. And if you were Slain, I mean, if you're able to put that thing away and not allow such a huge run, you're not even in this position.
Yeah, I mean, a great job from both sides, but it all comes down to this. Dare I say it's a coin flip, a coin toss, whatever. It's anybody's map. It's anybody's game at this point. And now a bit of a split push from Pot of Gold. They left Alpha wide open, and Slain gonna take over. You got Gene up top waiting for a push, but it doesn't come. Bomb's gonna go down as Pot of Gold try to find a peek here. They do not see him on the bomb plant. Gene unfortunately missing that. So now it's a 4v4 retake. Gene with a big first pick on JC.
It doesn't miss the shots, though. Excellent first blood. Can they convert and keep the numbers? Maso, indeed. But to follow from Wandell and Blue Gatorade. Now it's a 2v2 with the bomb down. Not the best of spots. Chifu getting cheeky. Wandell going to find him. And now it's a 1v2. Maso last alive. I believe he did spot that player, but he knows there's another one in connector that's just going to wrap around on him. And this could just be too much to handle, and Slain will take the map, too.
Wow. What an effort from Slain. What ice in their veins. It came down to the limit, but Blue Gatorade clutching up in a big way. Taking down Masa before he could find a quick pick. Wandell, though, has got to get credit where credit is due. Despite the 7-4 line, got a massive, massive two-piece yet again. The W in Wandell stands for winning, folks. And my goodness, they showed up and showed out here in the Search and Destroy. But as close as it was, as intense as it was, we're going back to Respawn. And Pot of Gold, I think, just outplays Slain in that regard. So I think we'll see a 3-1 finish, but I think we all know the score, or at least we all know who the winner is going to be. I'm still leaning Pot of Gold, but a great, great match of Search and Destroy from Slain right there.
Absolutely. You needed that to bounce back. Don't want to go down 0-2 in a grand final. We've seen it too often in this U18 Call of Duty League. It's tough to come back from. Excellent job to just get that done. Especially like you said, maybe Respawns may lean a little bit more towards the side of Pot of Gold, so you needed that one.
Yeah. Exactly. You really needed that one. You can hold your heads high knowing you won the Search and Destroy. You did not get 3-0'd. You did not get packed up. This is not a DoorDash series by any means. So, while I keep hyping up Pot of Gold, I know I do, folks. Slain got the W here through and through. Series is tied. So, anything can still happen. Just from what I've seen and from my experience, Pot of Gold gonna take it in a 3-1. That's just my prediction. That's what I'm thinking. If you disagree, let me know in the chat. If you think I'm bad-mouthing Slain too much, then by all means, let me know, folks. But that's the way I sees it, and that's the way I'm going to call it.
I can't disagree with you all that much. It feels like Respawns will be a spot that can be controlled by Pot of Gold and Slain. This is a little bit expected, throughout how they've played, that they kind of run the Search and Destroys, and that's where they've gotten maps against teams like Omit and things like that. So not all that surprising that they were able to roll that, but will they be able to get more so they can scratch a series victory across will be the question.
Yeah, that's the real big question. That's the thing that always bothers me with bracket resets rather than like a best of 7 or what have you. Trying to win back-to-back best of 5s in coming from the lower bracket finals seems impossible. It's also just very taxing. It's a lot of Call of Duty to be playing, especially at a high level. If this goes to a game 5 and the second match goes to a game 5, you're talking about 10 games of Call of Duty and a boatload of it. That is very taxing regardless of who you are. So for Slain to do this, to not only win and then win again, their mental fortitude and their dexterity is going to be have to be above and beyond.
Very much put to the test, Rich. And you talk about how difficult it is to come through losers. It's like I don't think that's valued enough. I know there's a lot of love to this losers bracket run, and I get it. It's that Cinderella, oh my God, they came all the way back and did this, that, and the other. I understand that, but you know, you got to play a lot more Call of Duty, and physically it's taxing. Your hands are tired, and mentally you're just thinking so much and making so many decisions. You start to get a little sloppy at the end, but the best can make it through.
Exactly. And that's how you make a name for yourself in the U18, is showing that determination, showing up and showing out. And if you can do it coming from the lower bracket, like we said, it's just all the better for you if you have that sort of grit and determination and chip on your shoulder, because everyone's already counting you out. I mean, they call it losers bracket for a reason. And I know I try to lean towards lower bracket, but you lost fair and square, and that's just how the cookie crumbles. As Che-Fu and company grab a 3-piece in the initial gunfight, Wandell goes down, and Pot of Gold getting off to a very hot start on offense.
Now look at a rebound as best they can, and we know offense isn't always the easiest thing to do, no matter with the map itself, and you're doing a great job here. 2 kicks already. You do get the 3 dead, and the 4th will follow. So now if you are Pot of Gold, you get that right off the face, and now you get a clean B Street as well.
The fact that Slain does not have someone top art the second or just initially when they saw Alpha was going to be captured is insane. Luckily, Wandell and Blue Gatorade bail you out with a big 3-piece. Gene here on the flank trying to take down Gatorade, but unfortunately he stays up. Gene trying to stay up as well, but Blue Gatorade just playing with their food on the 3 streak. So a great start for Pot of Gold, but again, that hold on Bravo is very difficult to break just with that top art house being occupied. Smooth going for a long flank, though. We'll see if it pays off.
See, indeed, we will. Long game ahead of us. Lives in a decent spot for both teams, but a lot of ticks already through. Dealing with the pressure is Slain. You do finally get that top art presence, and Maso is all by himself. Yusuf trying to make a playthrough trophy, just be an absolute menace. Can he find the kills? No, so you're going to get 2 dead. Blue Gatorade, though, in a good spot, picks up a kill. You still have that back positioning, so nothing going too horribly for you. Gene will take out Blue Gatorade. JC receiving some shots as well. And boy, Pot of Gold, they are just everywhere.
Yeah, it seems they are everywhere all the time. And Slain just does not have a response. Che-Fu and Gene grabbing some. Blue Gatorade trying to clear it once again. Looking for a 2-piece, but can't quite find it. JC still up top, causing issues. And unfortunate there. Che-Fu trying to hold the line. Wandell sliding up and pushing them off OBJ. So 12-8 now. Pressure coming towards Pot of Gold spawn as Slain tries to keep them away from Bravo for as long as they can. Gene clearing top art house. This is a key point for taking Bravo. So if he can maintain control of top art, we'll see if Pot of Gold can keep the kills coming. Slane's keeping things close.
Who's able to clear this out? It's crunch time. Less than 10 lives left for both teams, and Gene is now in a fantastic spot for his team. If they're able to find some kills, you do find that trade onto Yusuf. JC tries to get a nade. Both players will get out with their lives. Onto the hill goes Gene. Chifu through the bottom. Could be a wonderful help. You do get the 1-for-1 trade, and you're alive. You're here on the point B, and it's kicking. It's going away. Will Pot of Gold clutch on the offense. The contest comes through. Yusuf gets the first, gets traded out for the second, and there it goes. Pot of Gold gets the first.
A very, very close round for Slain, but sadly, they gave up Alpha just far too quickly and easily. They were not able to engage well enough, and we saw it here. Smooth able to get a solid little 2-piece, but it's just more than that. We saw the entire team, Che-Fu and Gene especially, getting multi-kills far too easily on Alpha. It went away, or it got capped far too quickly, gave them plenty of time to cap Bravo, had plenty of lives remaining, and now we go to defense, where Pot of Gold should excel. If you're able to win an offensive round off the rip on Vault, no less, I don't know what chance, if any, Slain has to take the W.
It has to start here. You have to answer well on your offense because not only did they win, they got all 6 ticks. So that's going to be tough to respond here if you are Slain. But they definitely have some players that have the ability. It's just, can they chain the kills together when it matters the most?
That will be the key for Slain, is trying to grab big kills in big moments. And so far they're doing it. It's 28-25. Surprisingly enough, Pot of Gold unable to full clear Alpha. And just like that, Slain is able to take over. They need to secure it, though, and Smooth, unfortunately, is going to prevent that. So we'll see if Pot of Gold can regain some of their control on this, because, I mean, they gave up a lot of progress on Alpha, but were luckily able to clear that third progress bar, unlike Slain in the first round.
Get that done, and things could go well. A point still not gone yet, however, and it's a lot of green in the feed and a lot of desperation for Slain. Just going to dip out of there and make a play towards B. You are going to get found out by Smooth. You win that gunfight, though. Impressive, Gene. Going large on A still. Massa with the slide out gets gunned. Chifu luckily able to get that trade so you can stop it for the moment. But this is a decent little offensive push here out of Slain.
I'd say so. I mean, they're able to get progress on Alpha and Bravo at the same time, and they actually secure Alpha, but it's a squad wipe on Slain. So now here comes the pressure pushing into their spawn. Gene and Co gonna do some damage, and luckily Slain was able to secure Alpha, because if they hadn't, this would be a quick 2-0.
Oh, very definitely. Lives not in a too perilous position if you are either one of these teams getting naughty up in the trophy area. And this is that presence towards the back half of the map you'd like to see out of Slain. They're just losing some of these gunfights right now as their lives continue to diminish down. JC finding a big one, but still not a great spot.
Not ideal for either squad, but again, Pot of Gold just has that slight edge in lives. They have the defensive advantage. Wandell and Gatorade grab 2. That's another 2 for Pot of Gold, so 8-5 now. Wandell on Bravo. You need some more help to capture this second bar. And here comes the retake from Pot of Gold. Smooth getting 1. Maso getting another. 8-3 now in lives remaining. And Slain, unfortunately, getting pressured off Bravo. Blue Gatorade able to pick up 1, but it might just be too little too late. They need a big team wipe here to get back onto Bravo.
Going to take a whole lot of effort. You go 1 for 1 there. JC out around the car trying to make a difference, but the push from the back is too much to handle. Pot of Gold will rip off 2 in a row. It's that impressive control out of these gentlemen.
A really, really solid job from Slain, but yet again, they fall just short. If you're going to make a stand, you have to do it on defense. You cannot allow Alpha to go as quickly as you did. If anything, if you're going to just not focus Alpha at all, full dedicate Bravo early, get 2 people top art, and just camp out, post up, play defense through and through. Because Alpha just going to keep going quickly, and Slain just does not seem to have a response for this Pot of Gold squad. It's relatively close, but when you look at the KD, JC stands out at that 7-14. He needs to start grabbing some more kills, or Slain is going to go down.
Yeah, and it's tough when it comes down to just one player, but it seems to be a little bit of the case right now. Slain finds themselves looking at 2-1 deficit in this series right in the face, and you can't let things go from bad to worse. Defensively, someone holding the line here, a little bit open, and you're going to get a 3 dead, and this could be catastrophic. The 4th will fall as well, and right onto the hill goes Pot of Gold.
If I'm seeing this, I'm rotating Bravo. I'm not going to be able to get to Alpha in time. It's capped far too quickly, and you need to get set up on Bravo. You need to get someone top art. Luckily, they keep the pressure up, but Pot of Gold's still in the lead with lives remaining at 25-22. You're not applying enough pressure to spawn, so you need to back up and focus OBJ.
Focus OBJ. You do have that presence there from JC, so you're going to get those spawns right in bottom art. And now you can try to lock in as best you can, but Smooth is going to make your life so difficult. But you'll play the trade game just a little bit now. Slain has to stay in front of it, however.
And again, Slain doing a great job. on defense. They get people top art, so they're able to provide cover from on high. They're applying pressure in the mid lane, so they're keeping them off objective entirely. Teifu tries to go for the flank, but you're picking that up as well. So Slane doing a great job. They just need to maintain this. Like, can't allow multi-kills like that unless you respond in kind. JC with a two-piece after Smooth grabbed some of their own. So 15 to 14, still close in lives. Maso rotating up. Don't allow yourself to go down like this, Slane. You got to fight for your right, for your place in the grand finals, but Pot of Gold just taking it to him.
Indeed they are, and they continue to roll. Chifu trying to find the last on the outside, but Blue Gatorade is able to take that down. So a little bit of a moment to regain yourself here if you are Slane, but lives back even for either squad. 10 is not the best spot to be in.
Oh, it is not. You want to get something going. Now is the time to do it. It's do or die time. 9 to 8 in lives remaining. Shots being picked up from Gene, trying to hold on Bravo and get that second progress bar. Wandell in the mid lane, sliding out. Has a chance for a big two-piece, but Gene staying up before finally going down. 6 to 5 in lives remaining. It's closer to a search and destroy than it is a control at this point. As the clock starts to wind down, it's all tied up at 5 to 5. Last-ditch push from Pot of Gold. Can they get there?
I don't know, Rich. This is just getting so tight. Smooth has an idea what he wants to do, just too weak to really do much about it. See where these spawns come through, and you're right there. 2 players left, 2v3. Can they find it? Tick working. You're trying to bait this player out just a little bit too much. Now a 1v2. Not impossible for Gene, but not enough time on the clock to do anything about it. And Slane will hang around just a bit longer in this one.
Just a bit longer, and you do it on defense, but now you have to show us what you can do on offense. Find that momentum once again, and hopefully bring us a competitive series, more so than it's already been. Now, Slane, if you can hear me through the ether, you can somehow just listen for just a quick moment. Try to capture Bravo first. I know it's a risky play, but Pot of Gold won't be expecting the Bravo push first. At least I don't think. Everybody's going alpha, and they're going the mid lane. So if you can get to B, I see you, number 5, Yusef. Try and get there, and a team nade is exactly what you wanted to avoid to start the round.
Yeah, I think you want to avoid team nades whenever possible, but on your break off, certainly don't want to see that go for you. But yeah, are able to rebound here. A lot of pressure on that B site for the side of Slane. Oh my goodness, they are ganging up. They are bullies towards this site. The van is still alive. No, it's down. My bad. Couple of shots will come through. One last player in the back. Chifu gets 2, can't get the third. JC, the last alive. Just a smidgen of presence left. And this is a 1v1. Mato gets got as well. Be gone. Slane rolls.
Come on. I mean, I hate to be that guy, but I predicted that like I'm a freaking genie. That was awesome. Slane taking Bravo first. It's tied 21 to 21. Alpha still a difficult objective to capture and to hold, but it's a bit easier than Bravo in my opinion. It's at least closer to your spawn.
Oh, absolutely. You might as well just get to it. And a lot of teams favor it early just because it is the easier point to get. But I like the work here. Eat your vegetables and have fun with the meat and potatoes later.
A really great job from Smooth in the back lane. Grabbing a 5 streak and then some, just obliterating Slane in their spawn. He finally goes down. Slane has not stepped foot on alpha, not yet anyways. 17 to 12, bit of a disparity in lives remaining, but Slane captures Bravo, and they capture it so well. So I got to give credit where credit is due. You're slowly losing out on the gunfights. The pressure on the spawn is a bit too much. Can you find a way to alpha? Time will tell. 15 to 9. As they continue to trade out, it's a checkerboard in the kill feed, but Wandell and co getting on objective on alpha finally.
There they go, onto that A side. Smooth trying to make a play, but there's too many players for the side of Slane to worry about right now. Trades all the way through. You do have the presence towards mid-map you're looking for. If you're Slane, just trying to lock down, 1 tick already gone. Can Pot of Gold get there in time?
Yeah, and a great job from Slane. They're making progress. 2, 3 bars. They're almost there. 2-piece in the feed. Can they contest? Blue Gatorade staying alive. What an effort. Oh, my goodness. Slane with an offensive round win. And we are seeing the comeback of all comebacks from Slane. They very well might take the 2-1 series lead now. A great effort from Slane in this series, in this control. In what we were least expecting was a round 5 control. But yet, here we are.
Here we are, and we're in a round number 5. Pot of Gold had their feet up, feeling pretty good, but had a tough couple of rounds. And Slane has just answered like a team desperate to win and go to this next bracket reset. And you love to see that hope come alive.
Yeah, that hope is always persistent, always here. But if there's one team that could shut that hope down, I think it'd be Pot of Gold on defense. And Slane electing to go for Alpha. We'll see how it works for him. Smooth with a big 2-piece. Blue Gatorade getting pressured off the hill. And now Pot of Gold just trying to full clear as Maso takes him down with the Strider. Quick trades. Back and forth we go. 26-26, so it's a full team wipe on either side. JC now rotating to Bravo in a bit of a split push, but I don't think they're going to get away with that a second time.
No, I don't think. Fool me once, right? That old saying, and it's not going to work too many more times. Slane trying to get something going here. It's so tough. That's a big 2-piece out by poolside. Is going to allow Slane to work towards this A site. Are they going to able to get any ticks off of it? Progress certainly through for Ed.
Yeah, a great job from Slane. What I really like from Slane is they're not just 2-stacking. It's just once we're on hill, the full team's going to get on there. They get Alpha despite everyone going down. Chefu with a tough TK. So it's all tied up at 19-19. You need to get someone top Art House ASAP if you're Pot of Gold. As Blue Gatorade getting on hill, Slane has the momentum, and I'm absolutely flabbergasted. I've been bamboozled. I've been Schmeckledorf. Slane might just win this one.
Oh my goodness, Rich. Who would have thought that Slane would find their way into this game, let alone a round number 5? I mean, my goodness, an impressive response here now. Just that B point to go. 2 kicks gone already, and you're in a horrible spot now if you are the side of Pot of Gold.
Yeah, they got to get on OBJ to contest quickly, and they need to get there. Oh my goodness, Wandell might just win it. Oh my goodness, Slane trying to stay up, but no, Smooth just barely takes it, but Gene takes him down with the team nade. Oh, it's neck and neck. Slane with the slight advantage in lives. They try to clear that 3rd progress bar, but they don't do it fully. Gene going to work on the outside on the 2 streak. A 40 bomb from Smooth. Wandell going down. It's back and forth. 8 lives remaining for both sides. It's anybody's control at this point.
Oh, who's willing to seize control and take the lead in the series? We were signing each one of these teams off at different points in this one, but the defense is still holding strong at the moment for Pot of Gold. Gene picks up an easy one in bottom bowl as the player runs right in front of him. And a little bit of a stall now for Slane as they try to make their way back towards the hill. Continuing to get aggressive. The nade by Blue Gatorade will help some. Maso going to take another chunk out of their offense, Rich. This one's still too close to call.
Far too close indeed, but Slane trying to get their big 2-piece in the feed, and this could be it. A 3-piece. Blue Gatorade. It's Maso. He goes down. Blue Gatorade goes massive, and I think that'll do it. Slane steals away the control. Oh. My goodness, folks. Slane showing up and showing out in one impressive control matchup here, coming down to the wire until Blue Gatorade said, hold up. You said what's better than Gatorade? Because it sure ain't water. Oh my goodness. A 44 bomb from Smooth was not enough. 5k damage from Chefu was not enough. What a series. What a... Can Pot of Gold bounce back in the hard point? I can't believe I'm saying it.
Yeah, I didn't think they'd be going into a deficit. I thought we'd be looking to crown a grand champ in the map number 4 potentially, but now this is just a get-back map for the side of Pot of Gold, you feel pretty good about it being a hard point, but then you have to take it to that search and destroy in order to get this thing done without any overtime. And boy, Slane wants you to work.
Slane out. I'm sorry, I was not familiar with your game, Slane, because y'all popped off in a big way to bounce back from a big deficit. Not only on vault, but in control nonetheless. To win in seemingly an unwinnable situation shows your grit, shows your determination, and shows your fortitude as a squad, as a team, and as players. So, regardless of the outcome of these series, hold your head high. You're currently up 2-1. You win a hard point, you force the reset. You need one more. I mean, their energy, we're talking about their determination, their dexterity. I think they are wide-eyed, bright-eyed, and bushy-tailed, ready to go, regardless of how much Call of Duty they've been playing. I'd be feeling pretty darn good after winning a 3-2 control. Especially as close as that one was. Yeah.
No doubt about it, man. You feel like they have a chance to make this bracket reset happen. And it's not something we see all that often. Usually the team from winners just kind of cleans it up. At least that's been more of the case in the U18 scene itself. But Slane really enjoying the fact that they are in this position and playing well.
Yeah. I mean, they are playing phenomenally. I'm hopeful that it continues to be a thrilling series. Do I want to hop off stream and, want it to be a one and done series? Yes, of course I do. But that's not what the COD gods deemed. The COD gods wanted us to go the distance, I think, at least for the first ones, and then it's just anybody's game. That search and destroy is going to be a nail biter. I am upset that we're going to a red card because it's one of my least favorite maps in Black Ops 6, but if there is any time to show up and show out, Slane, it's here and now. Take a 3-1 win and then force another best of 5. Hopefully, we see that. Or maybe we get a Game 5 search and destroy to determine everything. Either way, it's going to be a fun finish to the very end, Shake.
I feel like we are not going to get out of this thing without seeing a map number 5 between these two squads. It feels like Hardpoint may be a mode where Pot of Gold can really, kind of get right and get back to the way that they know that they can play and let the map 5 be the way it is. This red card, it's a tough task. The spawn's so funky.
Yeah, just a little funky. Not necessarily my go-to. Pot of Gold grabs the first couple of seconds. It's going to be Slane to take the early lead on this P1. It's just in a bit of an awkward spot as you try to hold box office for cover, Gene, with a nice 2-piece. It's one of the larger maps as well, so every time someone goes down or a full team wipe happens, it's a big, big rotation back to OBJ.
See that on Protocol as well. Battles still ensuing on the P1. Not a whole heck of a lot of time outside of the ticket booth. Not to be unexpected, though. It's a hotly contested area. Trying to set up towards P2 now is going to be Pot of Gold. Holding that back line. Unfortunately, JC is going to work his way in there. So we'll go to Pot of Gold as the initial pops. But playing right back in.
Yeah, Slane doing a great job at the get-go. They're getting that early pointage up. That P1 can be a bit difficult and a bit spicy. We saw Pot of Gold take a massive lead early, so they're doing a great job just getting on the board on the first initial hill. So we'll see how Pot of Gold can respond. They're down by 10, but they have the spawns. They have the hill. Wandell goes down, and you need one more for the full team wipe. And I don't think they had the spawns. JC just popped in from behind. So now Pot of Gold has to make that adjustment.
Yeah, that's the thing. These spawns can waver so quickly, but now you kind of got them pinned back, but you got to win some of the gunfights or else Slane is going to start to continue to add in that lead column. So far, that has been the case. P3 rotations looming. And look at that. They've already made their way across that mid-map, got the kills as well, and Pot of Gold's on the back foot.
Yeah, a really odd momentum switch throughout this whole series. We thought it was going to be Pot of Gold after their dominant hard point, the search and destroy coming down to the wire, and same with the control, with Slane coming out on top. Pot of Gold might be dealing with a little bit of fatigue. They're not necessarily in their right headspace. They're trying to find that momentum swing to go back in their favor, but right now, Slane currently in the lead, and it's slowly climbing. They're able to punch through, but can they hold it? That'll be the key. A big three-piece, and you need to take down JC before he interrupts anything.
Yeah, you can't allow him to just ruin this setup you got here. Hold on for dear life. Pot of Gold. Wandell will duck in and out of that back door. Plays his life for the moment. Gets taken out by a nade. Smooth on the outside. Able to pick up an influential kill. This point is still not over. Still a lot of contention going on. P4 getting ready to pop on the stage. Yusuf in that natural pinch from these dirty spawns. But you're going to get another one out of Chifu as well. So Pot of Gold holding strong.
Luckily, Pot of Gold able to rotate early and get control of this hill. It is, once you can get to it and lock in, it's a pretty big money hill. But you see, this can be the problem if someone goes up top and contests. Oh, Gene almost getting spotted and does. Great pickup from Yusef, but Maso is there for the slide up. You got to be careful down below, as you can just get peppered with shots from all sides. Unfortunately, curtains do not stop bullets.
Yeah, no, that'd be kind of nice if they did, although sometimes the things you can shoot through and can't will never cease to blow my mind. But hey, here we go. We are at a pretty good lead here for Pot of Gold. Not completely out of reach. P5 is set up at the moment for the side of Slane. Couple of seconds on the backside of the P4 as well. But again, this is another one where you don't get a lot of time.
Not a lot of time, unfortunately, as it's just a bit too open. There's not really enough cover on the hill itself, but Pot of Gold able to rotate, get on there early. Chefu and co. squad wipe, so you'll be able to get a solid chunk of points here. The question is, will you be able to hold it? Blue Gatorade gets dropped down, has to get forced back. Chefu holding on a weird little head glitch. Maso in the offices trying to wait for the push. As Chefu goes down, here comes Yusef picking up one, can't get the other. Maso staying up. Gene picking up blue. JC in a big 1v1 here now, trying to get on there, and here come the reinforcements from Slane.
Slane trying to make their way through. Boy, howdy, they want to end this first set as early as possible. Great job getting a few dead in the feed, locking up what is a difficult P5. I was just trying to set up their map positioning for this next set of rotations.
Trying to get something going for themselves, but we rotate back to the P1. Maso up top, getting up close and personal with the Strider, and that's 2 in the feed for Pot of Gold. Yusef up top, just peppering in shots yet again. It's P1 going to Pot of Gold early, and great shots from Smooth to take down Wandell, Maso to take down JC. Blue Gatorade in the box office, though, continues to cause problems.
Continuing to be an issue. Now P1 is in the hands of Pot of Gold, over 100 points. Starting to get a decent little lead here. P2 is in favor of Slane when that gets ready to go. See if they're able to hold that line. 3 dead in the feed will help that cause and get some extra seconds on the back end of this P1. And it's just been back and forth here, but this is where Slane started to pick up last time.
Yeah, it's where Slane started to pick up, but they're down by about 14. As you see, Chefu trying to get in on a rotation, but unfortunately doesn't rotate far enough, and JC is going to pick it up. P2 wide open for Slane. Gene trying to grab a 2-piece in the mid lane, but nothing going his way. Chefu and co. now trying to find a way onto P2. JC getting spotted in the soccer net, but unfortunately going down. And now Slane taking the lead on the P2 as Pot of Gold struggles to break. Can they find a way to punch through?
They need to, so Slane doesn't start to build some confidence in their own right. Gene and Maso will combine for a couple, and that's going to be a few much-needed seconds here. And you see that mine towards the P3 as the back players for Pot of Gold start to fan out. But now with these reinforcements falling, it gets a little more desperate towards this P2, and it is going to be Slane with that rebreak.
Yeah, they get the re-break, but Pot of Gold has a massive advantage on the P3, which is another big money hill. It's sort of tucked away in one of the back corners of the map. Pot of Gold now just trying to hold the line. They need to make sure that they get their spawns reset towards this P3, and luckily they do. Pot of Gold, though, struggling on the kill feed as they go down. Wandell and co able to break through, and just like that, they are able to at least break the hill, but a three-piece in the feed is a breath of fresh air for Pot of Gold.
Breath of fresh air in the lungs, never a moment too soon. This P3 absolute blender. Slight little lead here. Rebreak did get there, but reinforcements not strong enough for Pot of Gold. Blue Gatorade finding a big kill on entry. Just trying to hold in and lock down. All these players not too far back. Spawns are in for Pot of Gold, just not able to find kills at the moment.
Yeah, they are struggling in the kill department, and that is a squad wipe. Slain taking down Pot of Gold. Pot of Gold rotated really early for this P3, and honestly, it did not pay off the way they were hoping. They're down by close to 30 points, if not a little extra, and now a big money hill going in favor of Slain could be the final nail in the coffin. You got to check your corners. Blue Gatorade up top, picking up 2. Wants some more. And again, another three-piece in the feed. There's the squad wipe. Slain takes down Pot of Gold and very well might just take the series.
Slain could put the nail in the coffin. Does Pot of Gold have anything to say about it here, Rich? It's just been Slain through these past 3 maps, just looking like an absolute complete different beast altogether, and now they're locked into the P4 as well. It's going to take massive kills here out of the side of Pot of Gold. They do find 2, which is answered by 2 of Pot of Gold, and this just goes back and forth, but the hill is still not maintained.
And how many times have I talked about the 60-point deficit here, folks? I mean, right here, right now, this is Slane's match to lose. Pot of Gold down by 60. They need a big money hill to turn this around, and P5 is not the place you're going to do it, unfortunately. As Smooth takes down Yusef, I mean, this is really a really great job from Slane, and what a comeback and what a turnaround for their squad.
Absolutely. When they needed it the most, they shone right through, did they not, Rich? This is big plays for Slain. Game not over just yet, but they just continue to dominate this side of Pot of Gold in the slaying department. Not too many answers to be had. And it looks like we could be going to a reset here, Rich. Not time to sign off just yet, but my goodness, what an argument.
Yeah, we were in for the long haul. We knew what we signed up for at the start of this, but did not expect it to happen. Very rarely do you see a bracket reset, and even rarer still do you see someone win it. But Slain has shown up in a big way and shown out. Pot of Gold struggling to hold the P5, but they're doing their darndest to keep this one close and competitive. Slain able to take over for the last few moments of this P5, and now rotating onto the P1. Shots coming in from Smooth, but, I mean, it's 216, 151. You're going to need all of this P1 to get back in this.
Now, this P1, and then they have to win a map number 5 after that, Rich. You're asking a lot right now from Pot of Gold, but certainly don't want to hang around too long. Slain making this ever so difficult for them, and it's just trades galore, not able to get towards the hill. And it's just a little bit of patience that's paid off pretty well so far for Slain.
Yeah, I mean, a really great job from Slain through and through, but Pot of Gold starting to wake up a little bit. They have full control of this P1, but can they maintain it will be the question. Gene holding in the mid lane. Got to be careful. You got Wandell on the outside, clearing off folks. Now rotating to the P2. It's 218, 175, so a lot closer than we were giving Pot of Gold credit for, but Slain still has a chance to put it away on this one. As they start to rotate, can Pot of Gold get this rotation off and get onto this P2? I think they got it. 3 in the feed for Pot of Gold as Wandell tries to stay up, stay alive, and my goodness, Wandell with some big kills, but it's not enough. Yusef going to have to come in to save it.
Yusuf cleaning up his plate. That's just A-okay. 24 seconds needed. And they are all up over this P2. Mazo luckily was in back to try to help out his team, but he just got taken down as well. Blue Gatorade up on the hill, takes him down. It looks like we could be getting a bracket reset, ladies and gentlemen. Not quite soon enough. Pot of Gold does stop it for a moment, but right back onto the hill goes Slane.
Really, really solid job from both sides. Pot of Gold, we are counting them out, or down and out for the count. It's a checkerboard in the kill feed. It's going back and forth, 240 to 185. You're going to have to rotate to this P3. And my goodness, if there was ever a chance to hold P3, Pot of Gold, this is your time to do it. You cannot allow Slane to break you here. It is far too close for that. As Wandell and company realize that, they're going to play it slow and methodical. Che Fu on the outside. Blue Gatorade sliding in now. Back and forth we go. Pot of Gold getting into the double century mark. And here we go, Shake.
Oh, Rich, this thing's getting interesting. And of course it would in grand finals, but only 9 seconds needed and slowing it down. They're just getting all the kills right now. It's all blue in the feed. Ladies and gentlemen, we're resetting that old bracket.
Yep, we are. We're going to yet another best of 5 this evening. We'll continue for at least a little while longer yet. Slane, not giving up hope. They're holding out for a hero, and Wandell has been that. A really solid series. They win it in a very close 3-1 fashion. It came to a round 11 search and destroy. They won it. It came to a round 5 control. They won it. And then down in the hard point, on the red card, when everybody was counting them out, we certainly were. We thought Pot of Gold was going to take it after that. Ooh, just brutal first hard point. Somehow, some way, Slane woke up and decided, all right, it's game time, people. And now we're going to a second best of 5. What an incredible job from Slane.
Absolutely incredible. They'll have to do it one more time in order to call themselves champion. Pot of Gold only needed the one and has not done it yet. So we will continue to roll, chat. We're going to throw it to a break, get this second series all set up for you. Don't go too far. We'll decide a champion after this.
It's time, folks. We've been here for goodness knows how long. I mean, I could just check the stream times, but folks, when you're streaming for 3.5+ hours, your voice gets a little hoarse. Sometimes you get a little tired, but you persevere because you do it for the love of the game. And I can't stress that enough to both myself, for Shake, and of course the players here today who've probably been playing a bit longer than we've been casting. It is going to be a thrilling and insane finals. A 6+ hour stream, as I have been told by production. So while we have only been here for about half of that, production's been working, the players have been playing, and it has all led to this. There are no more resets. There are no more second chances. It is the final best of 5. My name is Big Rich X. I am joined by the Shake and Bake in the booth. Can Pot of Gold put this one away in the second set, or will Slain find a way to win it all?
And what a story it would be for Slain just to have that bracket reset victory in their back pocket. So impressive out of them already. Back to the red card we go, like we never left, Rich.
And I don't know if that is a positive or a negative for either of these teams. I would say it goes and bodes well for Slain, mainly because they just won on this map in this mode. So, can they make the magic strike twice? Time will tell. Pot of Gold off to an early lead. Both teams sporting a couple of 2 streaks. We'll see if that trend continues. But Pot of Gold starting to slay out. The P2 rotation can be critical for both teams to really set the momentum, set the tone, as it were.
And it really feels like Slain has that momentum. Wandell, big 2-piece early on in this one as his team trying to grab that lead. P2 rotations were theirs, but you're going to have to worry about that back pinch out of Chifu. Does look like it comes through there. A couple of kills. He is traded out. So you will keep the hill for the moment if you are Slain.
Yeah, just for the moment, though, you're getting a solid P2 hold, but here comes Pot of Gold now taking over, only in the lead by 10. So we're in for another grueling series, I imagine, as these teams want it, and they want it all, and they want it now. As Pot of Gold tries to maintain control for the last little remnants of this P1. I think they're going to get it as Slain starts spawning in behind them. E3 about to be on the docket.
And ready to roll. Pot of Gold is going to be in good position to try to pick that up. They have the back spawns. They have the line across. Just need to get a couple of kills through mid. Try to help that cause, and you do get one. It is traded out by Blue Gatorade. But you are the first team here looking to get a couple more. Gene will find one on the entry. Just have to worry about Wandell. Don't know if they've spotted at all. He certainly was spotted there. And now here comes the break attempt from Slain.
And this was Pot of Gold's biggest struggle, was this P3. We saw them constantly drop this hill to Slain, but now in a pretty decent hold. They get the trade outs. They're winning some of their gunfights, if not more of them, as you see Gene pop off for a 10-6, Smooth at an 8-6. Gene doing it all as the kill leader, and now, unfortunately, host ending game, Slain either disconnecting or leaving, score sitting at a 76-33. Hopefully we can get this sorted and situated soon. It is getting late for some of us, and we got work tomorrow. But at the end of the day, we got to stick it out.
Absolutely. We're going to battle right through it. I mean, this is what happens with Call of Duty. Never have it perfect. Always going to have some type of lobby issue. It's just tough. It comes on the back of a bracket reset, especially when you're Pot of and you were really feeling the flow of that map number 1. You were doubled up on that score level. So that's going to be tough to see how they rebound mentally from that.
Either way, I don't know if we're going to a full reset just because it was still, a fairly substantial start. I mean, we went close to over 100 points, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll get that sorted out. We're going to head to a quick break just so we get everything set and squared away on our end, folks. So please don't go anywhere as we get this final match of your grand finals underway. Alrighty then. We're back after a bit of a discrepancy, I believe, but it should be all sorted and situated out now. As we continue with the second best of 5, game 1. I believe it was Pot of Gold up 76-33. Y'all do the math on that, but obviously Pot of Gold needs a little less than Slain does as we get this matchup reset.
Yeah, math majors, if you could help us out in chat, that'd be phenomenal. But either way, we're going to keep battling through on the red card, slaying the first team there, working around through the outside, trying to keep that P2 in the back of their mind. But that's going to be a clean 3 dead. Only player left alive is JC around the outside. He is taken care of. And that's going to be Pot of Gold right back onto the hill.
And I just did the quick math. Thankfully, I still remember basic subtraction. Pot of Gold needs 174, while Slain needs 227 to win the game. As we get things loaded on in, it's a 3-piece from Pot of Gold as they set up well on the P2 and are looking to put this one away in quick order. Slain now just trying to bounce back and keep that momentum from their first series win against Pot of Gold. This reset is going to be a long one if the first series is anything to go off of, Shake.
Absolutely. These two teams are certainly up to the task to duking it out. Saw Pot of Gold have success in the hard point and not many places else outside of the map number 1 in the previous series. Looking to just get this lead and kind of roll with it. They have a decent job here, 30 points, kind of trying to lock into the P2 as well. Are going to get wiped off for the moment, so it is going to go right towards JC with that 2-piece and Slain on the hill, trying to work back. P3 is pretty much locked down now for Pot of Gold. Decent spot to be.
Yeah, decent spot to be, but not necessarily the commanding lead you'd want. 30 points isn't all that great. However, Pot of Gold did exceptionally well on this P3 before the reset, and they seem to be doing so yet again. They just got a 3-piece in the feed. You just got JC on the outside. Reinforcements on the way, but they don't get there quick enough. Wandell now trying to punch through. Looking for some more, but there's nothing there. Another 3-piece for Pot of Gold as they take another about 76-33 point lead yet again. So, like I said before, folks, looks like Pot of Gold need just shy or just under 100 points to take the win if we are going off of the reset numbers.
Yeah, and they're inching closer. First set didn't go their way. Have to bounce back strong in the reset. And that's what they're looking to do here. Even on the last map, it was a red card that ended up drawing blood for them to get to the bracket reset. And looking strong here just to respawn. P4 is going to be in the hands of Slain, and they just keep gunning down these players from Pot of Gold. Wandell, Blue Gatorade finding a couple. Gene trying to be the backbreaker, but gets unlucky timing on those other 2 players at a spawn. So Slain will hold again.
Yeah, a great job from Slain. Again, not a team to be counted out in any regard. And I think Shake and I learned our lesson on that. Is never underestimate your opponent. As Pot of Gold crack into the triple digits, Wandell and Yusuf here sneaking on through the pre-fire and the takeover on the P4 as Maso just fan hammering with the Strider. JC looking for the pick, now wrapping around through the mid lane. Maso unfortunately going down. However, Pot of Gold able to take over the hill yet again. As we rotate on over to the P5, this is going to be a critical hold, or at least a defense from Slain. They need to keep Pot of Gold off of it. They don't necessarily need to hold it, but, you know, if they can get the points, they're not going to complain.
No, not at all, especially when you find yourselves in this type of situation. Slain trying to lock down the P5. Very difficult thing to do. Maso trying to take some pop shots from bottom garage. Have to do it so far. Chifu with the dive shots is going to find one as they try to pick apart this setup that Slain has locked in. They're just all around through the VIP area trying to hold down Ticket as well. Maso with an influential kill. Are they able to find enough to get Slain completely out of this thing? And no, they are not. JC, big 2-piece, lock it down.
Big 2-piece for sure. If you can just find a way to stack those together, you're only down by about 30, but it is leaning more towards Pot of Gold as we get ready for our P1 rotation. Maso with a big pick on Blue Gatorade and clears it for Pot of Gold to take over.
Gold taking over. P1 is in their hands, and that's going to be a 3 dead to help them out, try to get some of this time. Just soak up, lay in. You know, all the players are going to come over towards you. You got a good idea where they are, spreading out around the map. Now trying to take some routes. Yusuf trying to find anything he can, just gets gunned down by Smooth. And that's a lot of green in the kill feed. Wandell finding a little bit of respite, gets gunned down himself, and this is just Pot of Gold's map so far.
Yeah, a solid job from Pot of Gold, as they need just about 20-ish points to put this one away. Pot of Gold closing in on the W. They can get to this P2. They should be just fine, as Slane's going to pick up some of the scrap of P1. Rotate on over about 10 seconds until this P2. We'll see if Pot of Gold can put this one away. Slane still trying to get this one under control, but they can't seem to find their rhythm. Blue Gatorade dropping an uncharacteristic 9 in 20. Something is just off about this Slane squad, at least for the opening hardpoint, but we've seen them bounce back from a tough hardpoint loss before, so they may as well do it again. But we'll just have to wait and see. Pot of Gold closing in on the win.
Gonna slam the door. Map number 1. Have to get towards that 200-point mark first. Yusuf with the pistol trying to get the player and the trophy. He does, but gets traded out. Trades will go back and forth. Slane maintains the hill for the moment. Wandell able to pick up 2. Third with the pistol, not going to be there. Gene just going to lay down here, try to hope reinforcements come through, but 3 dead are going to flush you out. Now you're spawning in the back half as you make your way towards P3, and Pot of Gold well aware.
Yeah, this P3, Pot of Gold just needs to sneeze on it for the win. Slane, unfortunately, just a little too far behind. Blue Gatorade rotating, but is going to have to deal with most of Pot of Gold rotating early. Able to pick up 1 on Chefu, but Pot of Gold gets onto the objective. Wandale and company got to get there quickly, and I believe that should be the point marker for Pot of Gold for the win, but if they're going for a full reset, then I guess not. Unfortunate there either way, but Pot of Gold maintains a lead.
Yeah, Pot of Gold just trying to push this thing across. Not quite sure where we're at on the reset there. It looks like we are continuing to play, so we'll just roll right along with these players in the P3. And battle's still continuing to ensue. Back and forth goes the hill. Slane holding it for a decent amount of time here. Still finds themselves at quite a deficit, however.
Just brutal for Slane. You know, you're down by close to 60. That is really the signifier of a very difficult comeback. If you're down, the closer you get to 60, the harder it is, just because that is a full hill, and very rarely are you able to hold a hill for its entire duration in a hard point, especially in comp, especially in the U18, where hills get traded like you're on Wall Street. Yusuf getting a solid little trade out. Maso with the 2-piece. So Slane in a pretty decent position to hold this P4, and JC peppering in shots. We'll see if they can break it here. Task
at hand. P4 is contested now from the side of Pot of Gold, taking it a little bit slower, trying to come out on top of these trades, and not able to do so. Red and blue Gatorade, will be the last alive. Maso trying to make the contest. Couple of shots through, nothing doing. Rest of the teammates are there. It's a 4 dead for Slane.
Great job from Slane as they continue to hold on the P4. P5 coming up. Pot of Gold looking to bounce back. Slane with some impressive numbers as well have brought this near 60-plus point deficit within their grasp after a very phenomenal P4 and P5 rotation. Is just Pot of Gold starting to collapse towards the end of this hard point.
It's not looking great. You need to clean things up. You're only up by 9 points here now. You are able to get that wave of kills and able to just hunker down on a P5. Nothing's something you say often. Do get information that players may be spawning out towards the other side to get the check, but it doesn't come soon enough. JC does get gunned down, and it continues to light up green for Pot of Gold.
A great job and bounce back for Pot of Gold as They maintain the lead, but only for a moment. Slane trying to get back onto this P5, but struggling to get anything. There's just so little cover on the actual objective itself. It's what makes it so frustrating and annoying, at least from my perspective, to hold, just because you second you get on there, you're just completely exposed to the elements, and it's just very little hope of getting a full hold on it. As we rotate on over to the P1, kill feed, lighten up green yet again for Pot of Gold as this series continues to heat up and intensify. Pot of Gold just trying to put this one away and hold the line. Slane trying to punch through for one final effort.
They have in their bones. It's just a lot of stalemates through the kill feed right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Pot of Gold ends the game. I'm assuming that's going to be a map victory for them, and they get it done. They take the first of the bracket reset.
And a solid job through and through, as I may have gotten the team switched up, but I'm pretty sure Pot of Gold was leading before the reset. So either way, a win is a win is a win. Pot of Gold takes the W. We push now to the search and destroy post haste. As these teams continue to duke it out. We're on the series reset, may I remind you folks. So regardless of what happens here and now, this is the final best of 5 with Pot of Gold taking a 1-0 series lead. Now comes the challenging part, the search and destroy. It's sort of been the coin toss for most of these teams here tonight. And now, can Pot of Gold get some revenge in their own right and shut down Slane before they get going and take over the series?
That search and destroy was a turning point for Slane in the last series. Definitely want to try to shut that down as best as possible. So, if you're Pot of Gold, it's just really locking on that first blood. Didn't seem to matter too much if they got the first blood or not last time. So bizarre. Maybe not necessarily the case, but it doesn't hurt you to get those first bloods. Just make sure if it is traded out, you can trade that following kill or even just get out with your life.
Yeah, exactly. If you're able to just get that map info, it can be critical. It can prove to be the difference maker in a search and destroy. Now, what I'm curious to see for both teams is just when it gets to those 1v2s and, those first couple of kills and this first, interactions go away is how teams react. How do those late round S&D or late in round S&D rounds go? It's having the mental capacity to not only realize where the players are at, where's the objective, is bomb down, what do I got to do, and just these million different things going through people's heads all at once and how they handle that. Especially in the U18, players are a bit younger. They don't necessarily have the knowledge of previous Call of Duties at a comp level. And the thing I always try to say, both in my personal and professional life, is the more you know about your past, the better you can prepare for your future. So if they've had any chance to take a look at some VOD review, I know at least Pot of Gold has had a chance to at least watch stream and see how Slane plays. That will certainly have an effect on it. So to get to my point, search and destroy is a patient game. You have to take your time with each round, Shake.
Oh, very definitely. And you see that pace change up. And I like you talk about how those later round plays really do come to be a make or break for some of these teams in U18. It's not the easiest to keep your mental. Sometimes you try to do too much. You start tweaking out and think maybe, I got to move. With sometimes the best plays just kind of hang out. Depends on the situation itself, of course. But, that's where those reps come to play that you were talking about. Yeah.
Either way, going to be a fun series. I just know it. I don't know if it'll go to around 11. One can only hope. But we're going to get underway just in a few short moments, folks. Please get your predictions in on the chat. Who do you have taking the search and destroy? Is it going to be Slane? Is it going to be Pot of Gold? Who will find the rainbow? That's what I got to ask. Who's going to get their team on top? We've seen some top-tier plays from Wandell, especially. So I'm hopeful we'll see more. But we'll just have to wait and see now, won't we?
Indeed, we will, Rich. We will just keep on rolling throughout this series. And Talk about long game for both of these teams. You saw,
Ooh.
Slane come out and really dominate the S&D. So you figure if that plays true again, you have to look to the control where you really struggled last time. But
Mhm.
you're gonna avoid that desperation if you can get the 2-0 lead yourself.
Yes, exactly. Having a 2-0 lead is massive in a best of five. Just it gives you that wherewithal, that comfortableness is like, okay, if we drop one, we'll be all right. We're still on series point. So it's just, I'm hopeful that pot of gold can get their vengeance, put this one away in quick 3-0 fashion. As much as I want to go to a bed and get everything sorted for my workday tomorrow, we got to focus on the here and now. And if there's one thing I know, it's that when you start thinking in a certain way, the COD gods are going to start punishing you for thinking a certain way. So as much as people may want to see a 3-0, I know that ain't going to happen. It's just not in the cards. Something has got to give for this pot of gold squad to drop around. And if it's going to happen, it's going to be in the search and destroy, as we know. That is the caveat.
Yeah, and not too much more deliberance to go about it. Map number 2 is getting ready to rock. We are back on Hacienda, and I guess that's good news for Slane. You did have a lot of success against this squad in the previous matchup, same map, same mode. So you hope to look to that to be a precursor of success. Starting on the offensive side, a lot of aggression towards B.
A lot of aggression on Bravo. Wandell grabbing first blood, but again, that's not a signifier necessarily. 2v3 now in favor of Slane.
2v3 situation. Like exactly where they want to be life count wise, but Bomb not really where they needed to be. Gene gonna find that pick onto Yusuf. Now here comes the chess match. How are these players gonna play this 2v2? Go on over, get that bomb, playing it at A. Information will come through for pot of gold, and we got the retake in set.
There you have it. Bit of a retake, bit of a wraparound, bit of a rotation now. Pot of gold. Try to grab this first round. Do not let Slane get going. So you know how they can turn a series around in their favor. Bomb is down. 27 seconds left on the clock. Gene and co rotating in and around. Don't think he heard him because he's going to be able to get up top. Eats the stun and goes down. JC with a big pick.
Oh, and then Maso answers with a big pick of his own, going for that defuse. Will Blue Gatorade check it in time? Oh my God, the Ninja. He will check it in time. He gets the shots, and Slane will take the first.
Unfortunate timing there, folks. That is just the way the cookie crumbles. Unfortunate for a pot of gold, but that is how. I already just said that. I literally just had a brain fart. I apologize. Slane, either way, takes the W. Great job through and through.
Get it done any way you can. You take that 2v2 quite nicely. You get the first pick, make sure it's traded out. And then you just kind of work from there. The 1v1 ensues. I like the attempt for the Ninja, knowing that the player wasn't at least immediately in your vicinity. Just didn't really work out for you. If Gatorade decides to check another angle instead of just looking bomb first real quick, things get hairy.
Things can get a little sketchy indeed as we get into round 2. See how both these teams fare. No one going down just yet, but it seems to be a fight over Alpha. Bomb goes down. Pot of gold trying to get something going. Quick trade out. 1-1 now 3v3 in the vineyard. Chefu protecting the flank, but needs to get to OBJ. It's going to get overwhelmed soon.
It could be happening real quick and in a hurry, and you're down to 1. Chifu, the last alive, just trying to do a dance over at the P1 area, and it's not going to go too well for him. Slane will put 2 in a row together.
Unfortunate there for a pot of gold, as yet again Slane showing their prowess in the search and destroy.
Showing up, showing out, big, rich X style. 2 in a row, it's not the easiest thing to do, especially against a team like Pot of Gold, who is good shooters. It's just search and destroy. They seem to struggle with that type of mentality.
Yeah, exactly. Smooth here. Couple YY swaps. Players just getting their pre-round rituals and whatnot underway. But, it's about finding the rhythm in your movement and in your play style, and Slane seems to have found it. Pot of Gold needs to interrupt it any way they can, and they need to do it quickly because they are going to get absolutely blitzed otherwise.
Yeah, and it could be coming, throwing everything at him, but the kitchen sink is slain at the moment. A 3v3 situation. Bomb is yet to go down. Waddell, beautiful shots there. And now A site is getting set up a little bit. You're going to get some checks out towards well. Not aware of this player that is in tin just yet. So just trying to make a route, find a player out easy. Smooth will make his presence felt, find a kill. Masso could follow up with a big one, couple of shots. Not going to get too over eager here, knowing they have the advantage.
Yeah, trying to find that advantage can be tough, and utilizing it to a positive effect can be even tougher. Sometimes there can be too many cooks in the kitchen, and that can be a problem in and of itself. But either way, pot of gold in a 2v2, pressure on Slain to get the plant, and they are nowhere near either objective, but it looks like they're going to try to make their way to Bravo. Pot of gold going to be unable to pick it up.
Not able to grab that one. Will go down over towards B. Now it's a 1v2 situation. Masso trying to find a first pick. Does avoid both players. I think he spotted him out. Rock. Oh, can't win the gunfight. It doesn't matter. Slain will grab its third in a row.
Great job from Slain. Great patience yet again shown as Wandell was waiting on the rock for the push and just spotted him out. You had Yusef rotating in from the mid lane either way. So you got to be careful when you're in a 2v2. You go down early, could cost your team the round, and we saw that happen here for Pot of Gold.
Definitely things are starting to gain against them quick and in a hurry. You need to try to lock in as best you can. See if you could set something down, stop this run that Slain has been on. Have the bomb working towards B site. Looks like they're going to get a heck of a lot of engagements over towards the site as well. Let's see how the gunfights roll.
How the gunfights roll indeed. 3-0 deficit. Pot of Gold needs to overcome. Going to be difficult, but not impossible. Smooth grabbing one Gene with a quick trade. Checkerboard in the kill feed, going in favor of Pot of Gold. So now, Pot of Gold trying to play their 3v2 patiently. Bomb is down. Slain need to grab it. Or excuse me, Pot of Gold need to grab it. And JC trying to protect OBJ, but just nothing materializing.
Nothing quite yet. JC's trying to do the darndest. Can't quite find anything. Yusuf does get one with the knife. But in the 1v2, not enough for him to do. Pot of Gold will get their first round on the board.
Unfortunate to say the least, but that is just the way the cookie crumbles for Pot of Gold. As Smooth continues to get something. I'm mystified by how this game has continued and progressed. There's been a bit of drama behind the scenes, if I do say so myself. So Wandell at 7-2, Slain with the 3-1 lead, Pot of Gold trying to prevent the 2-0 deficit and losing the reverse sweep, as that would just be devastating for their squad.
Yeah, you can't allow that to happen to you if you are on the side of Pot of Gold. And if you allow this squad to just keep running up against you in the search and destroy, things can just get worse. But you're looking to make a difference here. You do get a first blood. Bomb is in the hands of Slain still as they work through mid. Looks like it could be a B push that they're looking for. All four players not anywhere near this site for Pot of Gold. Thought there might be something over towards A, but they're going to need to work differently.
Gonna need something. Gonna have to find something to just get back in this one. Pot of Gold able to take down Yusef. So have the man advantage, but now trying to retake on Bravo. Going to be a tall task. Gene getting one. Wandell getting another. 3-2. So again, Pot of Gold have the numbers, but can Slain find a way to win in the push through? They try to go through mid. Oh, beautiful slide from Wandell for the 2-piece. And now a 1v1. Che Fu goes down. Wandell. My goodness, what a play.
Wandell is one to make you pay, and they do not want Pot of Gold to feel like they have much of a chance in the search and destroy. Certainly showing that here, 4 rounds to 1. Was a tough map number 1, but certainly have responded well, has the side of Slain. And I mean, how many more times can we talk about Wandell just being a playmaker?
And you are preaching to the choir, brother. I have no idea how many times I can bring a Wandell just clutch moment onto the stream, but it continues to happen. And my goodness, what a play, what a moment for Wandell here in the grand finals.
No better time to show up than right now. Pot of gold. We'll get this bomb down towards the A side. Another 4v4 retake. This on the other side of the map. Muth just laying down on him. Secret. Something happened. Hasn't spotted any players. Yusuf will grab that first blood. Just working with his teammates here. A couple of players will be up in that top flat area. Gene may get good timing. Does find one. Will he spot out the second? No, JC will get that trade. Now, playing with an advantage.
You have that advantage and you need to utilize it. You're up 2-1, going for it, trying to get something. And man, that is just poor timing from Pot of Gold.
Poor timing indeed. Slane continues to dominate in the search and destroy. Now 1 round away from evening the series up, guaranteeing that map number 4 in our bracket reset. They got it done 3-1 last time, fitting true to form yet again.
If they can keep things rolling smoothly, time will certainly tell. Shake 5-1. Wandell at 11-3 with the hard carry. And you keep it up for just one more round to tie things up at 1 apiece.
Looking to do that here. Just close out map number 2 on the offensive side if he can. Maso up through the top. Sheen already taking some damage, so not the best spot. If you are Pot of Gold, you're starting to get pushed back a little bit. You did allow a couple players for Pot of Gold to get into that backline. Luckily, you only walk away with 1 player down. Able to trade something out. Wandell finds another big 2-piece, and that's advantage in what could be a clutcher.
Indeed. A solid job. 3-2. Smooth here, rotating around, trying to catch one, and does. So now 2v2. Blue Gatorade with the bomb. Rotating out. Smooth in a 1v1, and Blue Gatorade clutching up in a big way. Gonna take us to map number 3.
Here we go with the lead. Slane rolls right on through. My goodness, what a rebound out of those gentlemen. Tough map number 1. I mean, both sides of it weren't too hot for them. So, yeah, way to bounce back. Good, even slaying effort. I mean, Wandell, not really so even, I suppose. 13 out of him.
What a game for Wandell. I mean, we heap the praises through and through, but my goodness, when you can show up and show out in a way like that, you quite literally win the round, win the game for your team. And while I don't know if Wandell can make that kind of magic happen twice, I certainly wouldn't put it past him.
Oh, absolutely
Insane.
not. And now you really feel like you have something rolling for Slane. Go down 2-0. It's a pretty bleak situation. Now you feel like you got a fresh start on this series. It's even up 1-1 as we head into the control. And now if Slane has this, they had the 3-1 last time. I like them in control. I see more of the same coming.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see. I think we'll see exactly that. I mean, you hit the nail right on the head there, Shake. This is really Slane's game to lose. They have the momentum. They have what they want. They have what they need. They're in their headspace. I mean, what, if anything, can Pot of Gold do to try and potentially get some momentum in their favor? Once again, we thought they were the team to beat, and then all of a sudden, here comes Slane showing up and showing out, and dare I say, showing off a little.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe just find some of those power positions that you can gain and control and really just try to flood kills that way defensively. And offensively, just stack the dang hill. I know a lot of times teams want to get aggressive towards spawn and really just try to make things hectic as often as early as possible. But, I mean, if you're able to get those ticks, it gets you better towards the round 5 if you get there. And if you work hard enough, you don't even get to the map or round 5.
Yeah, exactly. That is the key, is putting teams away quickly and efficiently. Because again, we're going to call on the question, how long do you really want to keep playing? Do you want this to go to a game 5, or it's definitely going to another game 4? So you're going to have to deal with it one way or another. But, time will tell for both these teams what they have in store. We get ready for control. I'm definitely leaning towards Slane. But it's going to be another grueling, I think, round 5.
Yeah, I don't think this game mode is going anywhere in a hurry. I think round 5 is definitely on the docket. I think Slane does have that ability just to slow things down just a little bit better. So I'm going to have to roll with that prediction as well. Watch these ARs really get active and start to lock things down.
Oh, yeah. ARs play a critical role, more so than the SMGs, in my opinion. I'm an AR player myself, so I'm just being a little biased, I think. But when you can get those long picks, they really, really do pay off in the long run. So find those picks early and often, and you'll be just fine.
Yeah, and if it gets to that live count, I mean, you do want to be making sure you're getting those picks, like you said, as early as often as possible. And these two teams, they don't shy away from the gunfights. They certainly like to make it as mixy as possible. And
Yes.
that's a common thing in U18. I feel like you see a lot of teams get hot, start feeling
Yep.
themselves, and start flying at these kids. And it does end up paying off if you do have the hot gunny. You really put teams in a blender pretty quick.
Oh yeah, that blender can be dangerous, and you got to get yourself out of it as soon as you possibly can, because once you're in it, it's hard to escape. So try to find that rhythm, try to find that momentum, and really, I think this could be the decider for the whole series. Whoever wins here just wins outright, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. That 2-1 lead can be damning to come back from. Because not only if you win that map 4, yeah, you even it up, but you still have to go another distance here. It seems a little easier for you to get that reset off the hard point. Okay, let's slow it down and let's clutch up.
Well said yet again, sir. As we load on in, Slane versus Pot of Gold tied up at 1 apiece. We're going back to a vault control. Lot on the line, I should say, as Pot of Gold grabbed the 3-piece, but JC with 2 of their own, but Slane gets squad wipe first. So Pot of Gold with some early progress on A and doing a pretty darn good job at it.
Never too early for some ticks on the hill, too, as a matter of fact. Will roll right off the Pot of Gold. Great start for them. Is Slane able to answer defensively here will be the ultimate question, but a little bit backed up, and that 4 dead is going to help them.
4 dead will help them in the long run, but unfortunate for Pot of Gold. They're down 24-20 in lives. You are unable to secure Alpha, so Slane able to regain, get control, hopefully lock in and take that 2-1 lead, or at least just get the 1-0 here. Keep that momentum rolling from the search and destroy.
Momentum can be such a tricky thing. It's great when you have it, horrible when you lose it. And that's the battle right now, 1-1 in this series. It's more than just control the game mode, it's control of the series. And after that initial good start out of Pot of Gold, it's just been slam door defense out of Slane.
Yeah, a really solid job from Slane stepping up on defense. We saw them struggle in the defense before, but they seemingly have learned from their mistakes. It's 19-11 right now as Pot of Gold cannot find a way through. Chefu gets their first and second kill of the round, but was having a very slow start and just wakes up with a 3-piece, and they should be able to take over Alpha, but with just 10 lives remaining, it's going to be a close one.
Yeah. That's the thing. You got to worry about lives throughout the entirety of this thing. And now you got to go capture that bear that we talk about of the B point of vault control with, maybe not the most resources you'd look to have given the situation. And the Boom Boom will take care of Gene and the rest of Pot of Gold on a full reset.
Solid job once again from Slane, 12-5. The lives are dwindling for Pot of Gold. Bravo, again, notoriously difficult to capture. So if you have any hope, you need a big team wipe, and you need to do it now and get it going, because you are in for a world of hurt if you let Slane grab the defensive round and then the offensive. But it's a rough showing through and through.
Absolutely, Pot of Gold. You need to start to answer some of these questions. You do get some progress over at B. 3 dead are going to help you in that right. Yusuf trying to make something happen, but it's going to be too late. Pot of Gold seals the first control round.
Tough. Very tough. Now it's up to Pot of Gold to lock in on defense, because if you allow yourself to lose an offensive round of control, especially on vault, or lose a defensive round, I should say, I mean, you're just in for a world of hurt.
Oh, most definitely. But you answer exactly the way you need to get that offensive round win. Now you go to the defense and you feel like you have a decent chance to get that done. Oh, trying not really where you need it to be. Masso's struggling a little bit, but you got this round scratched across, and Slane's just doing that much worse.
Exactly. 28-30, so an early rush going in favor of Slane. They're grabbing that first couple of progress bars as Chefu trying to stay up. Nice little kill with the pistol, but it gets traded out. Smooth able to pick up one, but again, the kill's going in favor of Slane. Now they are just trying to secure Alpha, and I think they will get that third progress bar with just 2 lives lost. That is a very impressive hold and push from this lane squad. Luckily, Pot of Gold is able to get in there, but not before Alpha Point gets secured.
Alpha Point all taken care of for Slane, and a little bit of an offensive showing here out of both of these squads, and definitely not the typical tale for this vault control. Usually defense rules the day, but not the case now. Trying to lock down this top art is the defense. Good positioning for Pot of Gold. They just need to clutch up on some of these gunfights. Wandell trying to work, just get some picks of his own. Is able to get that one bottom vault traded out, and Pot of Gold will sustain.
Yeah, able to sustain, able to stay up, stay alive in a big push now coming on through the flank. Blue Gatorade, though, able to pick it up with a solid 2-piece, wrapping around and staying up. 20-17, so Slane able to keep the advantage on lives, but now rotating out up top art. You got to be careful. Bit of a confrontation happen as Blue Gatorade tries to stay up for Slayin. Looking for the flank, trying to find it. Yusef taking down Smooth. Yusef with a nice 2-piece of their own, and slaying out on Bravo, and very well may capture it. It's a big push from Pot of Gold that they're going to need to take this one.
If they're able to get that 2-0 lead. Smooth trying to make a name for himself on the hill, but Blue Gatorade up in top art are going to make things mighty difficult. You are able to get that stop if you are Pot of Gold for the moment, able to catch your breath, but you're down to 9 lives and Slane. Just trying to make their way towards the hill, getting caught out, sprinting a couple of times. Masso don't miss. 2-piece looking to connect on the third with the pistol, not in time to stop the capture. And that is back-to-back offensive round wins.
Really solid job through and through from both teams. Pot of Gold able to tie this thing up at 1-1. So, what will you do if you're Slane? It might very well go to a game 5. Now it's just about staying alive, keeping that perseverance, and holding out for a change. Because right now, at 15-6, Wandell popping off, you're having to contend with a fairly decent Pot of Gold squad who continues to be a thorn in your side.
I've never wanted to go away. Will a team be able to shut down a defense here? Yusuf just around in that bottom vault. A lot of trades going through, 2 green, 2 blue. That's going to be pinstripes, even it up. Masso will even it out yet again. Just trying to stop this attack from going anywhere is Slane. Doing a good job wavering that pressure so far.
Doing a pretty good job, but again, you're allowing them to capture or get any sort of progress on Alpha that's going to stop the clock and put the pressure on Slane to clear it. You got to be careful of a Bravo push as well. While it seems not to be the right play, anything can happen, and I'm always a bit nervous that Bravo is going to get picked up right when you least expect it.
That's typically how it works. You get a 4 dead, and all of a sudden the game's basically over. So you got to make sure you're aware of everything at all times on vault. Holding fast in their defense finally is going to be Slane. Big 2-piece out of JC. It's going to help the cause. A little bit of a group up here as Pot of Gold comes off that respawn, but really just having difficulty gaining presence towards the hill.
Gaining that presence will be tough, but finding it and holding it will be the decider, as Slane continues to fight. Pot of Gold trying to get any sort of progress going on Alpha, but it's just like they're running into a brick wall. They can't seem to find a foothold until Gene grabs a big two-piece, but with an accidental TK, Slane might be able to find a trade, but I don't think so. Yusef looking for a twofer, got it, but it's not enough to full clear. Gene holding the line with a big 4 streak, and finally going down. Who else but Wandell to be the hero, trying to save this Alpha point.
Trying to save A for the moment. How long are they able to hold on? Less than 15 seconds left on this clock for Pot of Gold. But are they able to lock it in? It's contested. It's wiped off. Masso around the outside trying to be that last hope. Perfect stun is going to stall Pot of Gold. They should have time for one last contest, and that could be done. Slane trying to hold on. A few more seconds left. GVO over the top, getting 9 kills. Not going to come through. Slane locks in a defense.
Great job through and through from both sides. But Slane, who we are predicting has taken the advantage here, and very well may put this control away in the 3-1 fashion if they can perform like they did before on the offensive side of things. So, focus on getting those first initial kills and then press up into spawn. I'd say if you're starting to slay out and you notice in the kill feed, 2 or 3 of their players go down, then yes. But ideally, you want that full team wipe just to be on the safe side, because one player can cause all sorts of havoc and go on a tear if you let them slip through your defenses. So Slane on match point, trying to push it to series point. We'll see if they can do it here. They're going to rush towards Alpha. No, it might have been a fake out. They're going to go through the vault to get to B. And it's just how they did it in the first series with that initial push to Bravo. And it may just be the exact thing they needed with the squad wipe. They're going to take B first, Shake.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Start sounding the alarm if you're a Pot of Gold fan. This is not great. Onto the A side goes Slane. Luckily, you do get a 3 dead just to stop the madness for the moment and make sure they don't get that clean transition. JC is in a good spot if he's able to stay alive, maybe find a pick or 2 here or there as their team tries to work out a spawn.
Yeah, a great retake and regain from Pot of Gold is Slane able to take Bravo by only losing a single life, but now Pot of Gold in the lead by 1 as well. So Alpha going to be the point of contention and the decider for this round. Maso pushing into enemy spawn and able to pick up 1. Chefu another. Chefu gets 1 more. So now when you see those streaks start to pop off, it really puts a detriment into Slane's initial push. Yusef here able to rotate on through. Does not hop on objective until a little bit later. And you cost yourself precious time. Maso able to pick up 1, but progress still being made at Alpha, and they get the first bar.
First bar down. Can they find some more kills? Lives not in a horrible spot. They have the lead now, and it'll extend. Wandell, another huge 2-piece, trying to sign off this map number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to do it. They push it to a match point.
And a series point, I should say. Sorry. As they lock in on Alpha behind Yusef's clutch plays here, protecting from the push. And this is where Pot of Gold made the mistake. You see them just start to go in 1 by 1 by 1, just trying to contest. And unfortunately, they pay the price for it. You start making sloppy mistakes, and you allow your opponent to get the better of you. Wandell, of course, having a phenomenal game, close to 1,000 more damage than the rest of Pot of Gold. We're at 33 hundo and 26 non-traded kills. If you're not getting those trades, you're not contesting OBJ, Shake. And my goodness, Wandell might very well get MVP for these grand finals.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's been frying his brains out to this point throughout the first series and now again in the second. I mean, how do you argue with what they have going on the side of Slane? Now 1 map away from completing this bracket reset. It's impressive stuff, man.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for the Codcaster. One of the bigger things that annoys me with a recent update or change to it is there's just not a swap teams button. It vastly saved. Like, I cannot tell you how much time it has saved me in the past and how much time it saves a production team. But having to go in and manually swap everything is so super frustrating instead of just being able to hit one button.
And God forbid you just kind of roll right through things back and forth. But it's not really what the hand you were dealt, I suppose. So you kind of got to roll with it how it is. But back to this game here. I mean, we head to a
Yeah.
hard point where Pot of Gold continues to be successful. Does Slane have the ability to close it?
I mean, I think so. I think it goes down in this hard point. We're going into Hacienda. They know that map. They love that map. Maybe not love it, but they know it. And I think with the rotations that this map affords, it's, I'd say, on the larger side, larger than a skyline, but it still feels contained. There's a lot of quick rotations, and it's all through sort of the middle of the map. You go from the P2 or the P1 through P4. The distance between all four objectives is minimal at best. So um, protecting your flanks and watching your rotations is going to be critical, but I think P2 will be the decider in this one. P2 and Garage will decide this match, Shake.
Yeah, I mean Hacienda hard point. It's a tough one. P2 Garage and then P3. I know it's kind of tough to get a whole bunch of time there, but if you get those early rotations, it definitely is possible. And then that P4 Rock, it just seems like it always comes down to that. So you're gonna have to be ready for those hot and heavy gunfights as well. A lot of close quarters, so look for those subs to have some fun here in this one.
Yes, exactly. On those corners, especially on the P4 on the rock, playing a little ring around the rosy is going to be a bit difficult, but I am almost positive, almost certain um, that it's going to be a nail biter as always. As we have seen clearly throughout this evening, every time we load into a hard point, it has been a close one. We've seen a couple of 250s, 240s, and so on. And by goodness, it's just too close to call, I think, like we keep saying. But I'm giving an edge. I'm giving a slight advantage. Don't call the rated R superstar just yet, but I'm going to lean more towards Slane just with how they've been playing. And Pot of Gold very well may drop the series and drop the grand finals here after the bracket reset.
Well, let's see what they got in store for us, Rich. Blaine looking to shut this series out. Pot of Gold looking to extend towards that map number 5. Slane starting off, trying to get things active. Let's see who has the advantage. Players making their way towards this P1. Opening gunfights are here. It will be majority blue. Make it 3, and the hill will be theirs as well.
Yeah, Pot of Gold with a great start, but it's a P1. It's not the decider in all of this. As Pot of Gold continues to try and rotate on through, Slane now just trying to find their way on to OBJ. And I believe teams are flipped on our end, so apologies for the confusion. Blue Gatorade and Co. grabbing the first couple of points for Slane. Or am I getting my teams mixed up yet again?
Oh, Slane has the early lead. Graphics are flipped at the moment.
Okay.
Blue Gatorade and Co. are out in front trying to make that play on the P2. Chief, who is going to get taken down. So it is going to remain towards Slane in the moment, locking things down, inching closer, trying to extend that lead.
Looking for that lead and just wanting to maintain it can be difficult, but Wandell and Co. have been playing phenomenally, and at a 7-1 start, Youssef playing great Call of Duty, make it 8-1 on the 3 streak. Now this P2 going the way of Slane. They continue to hold here. Smooth looking for some shots. Maso gets some more. Blue Gatorade with the big 2-piece. Youssef getting up close and personal. So just when you think Pot of Gold going to be able to punch through, it ain't happening here today. Pot of Gold struggling on this P2. And what did I say beforehand? This is going to be the decider.
Yeah, it could be very well indeed. And that was a lockdown P2 for the side of Slane. Excellent work there. Pot of Gold will find themselves towards the P3. That could be the good news, something I pointed out. If you are there first on rotations, it could be a money hill for you, and you're lighting up the kill feed now. If you're Pot of Gold, Slane needing to make a big break.
Yeah, they do. They need to find a way to punch on through as out of gold. I mean, they are trying to find something, but Slane just slaying up and slaying out. On Dell has continued to annihilate here tonight, and I don't see any signs of them slowing down. Not yet. Now cracking into triple digits. Slane absolutely annihilating.
Yeah, a wonderful break there on P3 and a lot of time on the back end to deal with as well. Maso just annoying taking a couple of players off of that P3, also trying to make rotations harder, but you're going to get completely wiped off the map. And it looks like Slane could be entering a bit of a victory lap. They thought they had rotations, did Pot of Gold, but that 4 dead will allow Slane to get there first.
Yeah, that is tough. And unfortunately, we got some disconnects on the side of both teams now, as I don't know if we're full resetting or not. Folks, we're going to get it to a quick break, and we will be right back while we get everything sorted out in the back end. Apologies for the confusion on our end, but hopefully we can get this sorted out in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. And we have a bit of a disappointing update, folks. Unfortunately, Pot of Gold forfeited map 4, whether it be to internal reasons, whether it be they were getting slammed in that final hard point, we may never know. But either way, your winners, after coming back from the lower bracket, are Slain. What an effort and what a job. If you can get a team to forfeit, I don't know if it's because they are getting slammed through and through, but either way, Slain is the victor here tonight, and they get to hold their heads high. A solid GG's through and through. Want to shout out my boy Shake, who's been sitting next to me for the past 3-4 hours. Want to shout out our production, who's been sitting in there for the past 6-7 hours right now. So they are tired. They need to get some food in their bellies. Shout out to Dash for bringing us on in for the cast. And just a huge GG's to all teams that competed. Yes, it's not the finish we wanted to see. Yes, we wanted to see a bit more fight, bit more gutso. But at the end of the day, I get it. I get it. Hopefully Pot of Gold comes back next time even stronger. Jake, do you have anything else you'd like to add before we sign off for the evening?
Oh, no. I think that was a great tournament. Great way to sign it off. Shout out everybody in the back that always helps us out. Love you guys. Can't thank you enough. It's tough sometimes, but we always grit it through, and we always try to get the very best we can for our U18 players. Appreciate everybody who's stopping out in chat and showed love there as well. Couldn't thank you guys enough.
And a big congratulations again from Slain, not only winning in the lower bracket to come back, but winning their first series and then the second. A big, big achievement. They can hold their heads high, like I said. Folks, my name is Big Rich X. I've been joined by the Shake and Bake in the booth. This is us signing off. Stay safe, stay awesome, and stay beautiful. We'll catch you next time.